range is closed. Please report to your starting lanes. Also, U.S. Open competitors, just a reminder that the practice range will open 10 minutes after the final ball is thrown on B squad this evening, the last squad of the evening. Competition pairs will be available approximately 25 minutes after that last ball. So you can practice on the range until the competition pairs are available, and then all practice pairs will be turned off 1 hour after the range opens. Spec sheets must be turned in no later than 30 minutes after the end of the practice session. Its final 8-game round, our entire field of 144 bowlers will have completed 24 games of qualifying over the past 3 days of competition. We'll then make the first of 3 cuts when the top 36 bowlers return tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for an additional 8-game qualifying round. Then, after 32 games of qualifying, He won the 2012, 2007, 2004, 1991, and 1988 U.S. Open. Please give it up for PDW, Pete Weber. On 33 and 34, the 2010 U.S. Open champion, Bill O'Neill. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the bowler who had the high block total for round one of qualifying this week, averaging better than 222 for his 8 games. On lanes 23 and 24, Jason Belmonte making the award is USBC's Greg Moore. Thank you. Now, bowlers, when your lanes come on, you may have one ball on each lane. Bowlers, when you have your arrows in a full set of pins, you may continue your U.S. Open competition. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice round of applause to kick off A Squad's third round of qualifying for the 2019 U.S. Open. Thank you. Good luck, players.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continued coverage of the 2019 U.S. Open here at Victory Lanes in Mooresville, North Carolina. Emil Williams Jr., Daniel Ferris will join me momentarily. And hope to have a few guests along the way this round as well as we begin things with, of course, the top player in the world, Jason Belmonte, with Tony Nicholson, Alec Carr, and Kyle Sherman. And on 25 and 26, Michael Tang, Dick Allen. Gene Perez and David Hooper Jr. rounding out 25 and 26. Well, gentlemen, you see at the bottom of your screen, we mentioned, and you may have read the story in regards to the Belmo documentary that would be on Netflix. That is being filmed and produced. Coverage, of course, beginning this week, and official filming is actually starting with this round, this particular squad. And so if you see that gentleman, you just saw him taking care of business from behind the camera, getting some shots, of course, of Belmo. He'll be here throughout this round, so if you'll see him here on this channel, if you're watching a different channel and you see him, that's who that is. So early to start when we think about the first squad and what went down. You heard Daniel mention that he thought maybe they started too far right. We have Brett Spangwell of Motive. He talked about the squad this morning, perhaps starting too far left, but the consensus was also that squad a little bit lower revved as a whole. But the consensus, after talking with others, especially Brett, the notion that more urethane would be on the lanes this squad and perhaps even later this evening would be true. And I haven't counted the urethane balls on the lane yet, but there's been plenty I've seen just in the few shots and including the couple of shots of practice that we have seen as well. So here's Kyle Sherman. Wow, that one hooked immediately. And you see Kyle on the way back. You don't see him, he's off camera, just telling himself to relax it a little bit. My bad. Sorry about that. Although, and that's an unfortunate miss, obviously, for Alec Carr, but you get a chance to see just how much the pattern does hook, especially on the fresh, this early friction. 37 feet, 27.5 milliliters. Of oil that's on the lanes. All right, good spare for Sherman. As we take a look at Dick Allen. Brett Spangler said earlier that anytime generally a short pattern is on the lanes or shorter pattern is on the lanes, Dick Allen's bowling ball generally does the right thing. And so keep an eye on Dick Allen's progress as he goes through this block. Thank you all for tuning in here on Bowl TV and simulcast to Flow Bowling. And the Flow audience to Bowl TV as well. This shot there from Carr. I mentioned earlier in the week. Started his collegiate career at Midland, now at Wisconsin Whitewater. That's Gene Perez. And Daniel talked about Gene being able to certainly get right as a lefty, get right with urethane. A little closer. More parallelist right now, look like for Gene. As we take a look at Jason Belmonte. And that might be possible. See, I saw a little bit of that earlier this week, or excuse me, today, I beg your pardon. And again, with the urethane that is going to be on the lanes quite often. I'll be interested to see how Cameron Doyle plays this pattern. And, you know, if you watched last night, good attempt, 2 right in front of the 10. So Belmo strike 8-1, strike 8-1. Quick combo with Timmy Mack for Belmo. But I was talking about Cameron Doyle, and Cameron was on 23 and 24. I don't remember which game it was. I'm pretty sure it was either mid-squad, like the middle squad last night. No, wait. No, it was the last squad. It was the last squad, but earlier in the block. He had a very good look early on, a couple games, and it was game 3 specifically, with urethane. So on this pattern, because he was able to really throw his urethane ball very well. I just watched him strike over on 19 and 20. So I'd be curious if we get a chance to see him where he ends up, where he will be, and how he will be able to play it. As we welcome Daniel Farish into the booth. And Daniel, you've had a chance. You went down, and we're taking a look at some of the early shots going down the lane here in these first few frames. What have you seen thus far?
The general consensus as far as break point goes is right around 4 or 5. Now, whether you've got players like Marshall Kent, who was trying to go like 15 out to that area, or you've got players like Chris Barnes, who's going pretty straight, 7 to 4, 7 to the arrows out to about 4. I mean, really straight off his hand. That seems to be the general consensus, is they want to get out to about 4, 5, 6.
Hard way.
What do you remember the second frame for Belmo, what he left? I know the fourth was a 210. Do you remember the second frame by any chance?
I do not.
Only reason I ask is because after practice he came back and he was talking to his 2 ball reps, and they asked any difference, and he said yes, 1. So he had the lanes, the 2 lanes, 1 board different, based on his 1 shot, or his 1 shot on each lane.
Let me check something out real quick. No, I don't remember.
Okay.
He went Brooklyn on the first shot, though. His first strike was Brooklyn.
Coming through in the chat, 310 in the second frame.
Okay.
So I thought maybe that might show us, a trend. But if he went 310 and then 210, I guess we don't know. Might not be able to figure out which lane he had which.
Like a ball change for Dick Allen. I think Kyle is just trying to get comfortable early here. He just had a quick combo with Snelly from EBI. So 4, 5, 6, you said, huh? Common break point right now, early.
Yes.
Here on the fresh. Nice start for Tony Nicholson.
Yeah, we both watched the same shot from Cameron, a blower strike. But and he just throws another one there. But other than those 2 shots, 2 7 counts, 3 7 count splits, and a 7 spare.
Tony's got the early blueprint. So far, he looks like he's been able to kind of get his ball to kind of stop.
And that's what you want until the back end's carry down. You want to find a way to make sure your ball is stopping on the back end. You said it 100% right. Ball change to urethane here for Kyle. His 2 shots in practice on this pair, he threw that blue half. I'm pretty sure it's a blue hammer he just threw. And it kind of got the same motion that it gave him right there. And then he threw the resin ball that Triton Elite and just fired it down the lane on the other lane and struck. Started with that ball. And ever since, it's like he's trying to force that Triton Elite down the lane rather than get something in his hands that'll maybe let him be a little more comfortable. I mean, he looks, and not, I'm not talking, he looks comfortably uncomfortable like what you said a couple days ago. He looks out of his zone, out of his element, throwing that resin ball. So going to that blue hammer, I think for now, is going to be good to help him get settled down a little bit.
Tom Doherty has started spare 4-bagger on 21 and 22. All right, Belmo takes care of the 3-6-10. Michael Tang, a high flush 4-bagger. And Michael looking very determined, focused early. We'll run down the standings here in just 1 second. They are updated, of course, after this morning's C Squad. C Squad with a full 24 games. They are complete. Finished with qualifying. And if there was a story in C Squad, and we'll run down the numbers here momentarily, there were 2. Jesper Svensson continued to look good. I thought especially the last 2 days. Today was no different. And he ended at plus 288. The other would be Rhino Page, who had just a disastrous first half of a block. And then just turned it on late, figured some things out, finished the game, or the block, excuse me, with 258 to get to plus 92. And give himself the utmost chance, of course, to advance to the cashers round. Top 36 will move on after tonight. 8 games of cashers round played tomorrow before the field is cut again to the top 24 for round 1 of match play.
Yeah, looking at the standings from C Squad this morning, it's safe. It's easily safe to say that 6 guys from C Squad are in to the round of 36. That's Jesper Svensson at plus 288, David Samard at plus 182, Vince Biondo III at plus 179, Dom Barrett at 178, Thomas Larson at 169, and Chris Vi at 163. That's when it gets a little murky, really, for one player. That's Rhino at plus 92. You know, big up and down day for him. A great finish by him. Then you've got Kyle Troop at 62 over, Matt O'Grady at 57, and Anthony Lavery Spar at 48.
Wow. And a big church for Belmo on the right lane. Very peculiar start here.
You know, this is just simply speculation, but I kind of go back to what I said. I think we were talking last night about distractions outside of the bowling center, just in life in general, can sometimes affect you on the lanes, whether it's getting married, getting divorced, having a kid, job changes. All that can subconsciously, if you're not even aware of it, affect you. I wonder about the timing of having the video crew in here during the U.S. Open for Belmo. That just seems like a lot to have on your shoulders.
Well, one could certainly understand that point. I feel that there is someone who could handle that. Certainly would be a player like Belmo, who
I agree.
At this point is certainly used to having the attention on him, really at all times. It is a little different, I imagine, because there is as I mentioned earlier, our guy documenter is right here, right there, in the pit. But that's one of those. It's one of those things, and in a way, it kind of comes with what he is attempting to do. Oh, that's loud. I've heard a phone that loud in quite some time.
Yeah, I know, right?
That was a pretty
Nobody has
loud
their
phone.
ringers turned up that loud anymore.
Whenever you hear a phone, you automatically go to your own phone. So let me just check mine.
See, I have 24/7, 365. My ringer is turned off, so I know it is never my phone.
See, the thing for me is,
So I don't want to annoy people.
I go to do that, right, at an event. I'll be like, oh, let me make sure, and then I'll forget to turn it back on, and then I'm missing like 800 calls and messages because I forgot to turn it on.
I keep it on vibrate, though, that way. I'll feel it in my pocket or if it's on the table in front of me or something.
Yeah, but to your point, Danny, I mean, I think that is a fair point. I just don't think it overall in the grand scheme, especially, with they're just starting the day. I know it's in the here and now, in the present. I can't see it affecting him in that light. At least not this early. I think this is more of a, trying to keep his urethane ball stable at the moment, especially based on what we saw this morning.
Yes.
But, some folks' urethane look better than others, right? And you would expect Belmo's to be pretty consistent, but, even still, even for the best in the world, he's still got to attack this pattern. That's what he's facing. That's the opponent. The funny thing is, I was going to ask you if you were around Belmo. So if you were like crossing with him and the documenter is there, how might that affect someone else who's kind of bowling with Belmo in this sense?
I'd have to put it out of my mind, but I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like someone who's not from my world being the competitive player in the pit area, and I have no doubt that he's being entirely respectful of all the players around him. There's no question about that. Just watching, that everything's fine in that realm, in that sense. But it's just, I feel like I was being intruded upon. But again, you said it. That's part of what comes with Belmo. Belmo has been nothing but good for our sport. So you just kind of accept it, and hey, you never know, you might make a cameo in a Netflix special.
Well, there's no doubt that everybody within eight lanes and everyone at some point today who's bowling probably will be on this documentary. But if you wanted to, documentaries are real. And this game 1 right now is the realest of real for Belmo. 4 splits, 1A 310, but a Greek church, a 210. And what did he just leave there?
That was a 310 as well.
2 310s.
Yeah.
A 210 in a Greek church. Both of those 310s are on the left lane, I think. No, he left one on each. Greek church was on the right lane. I'm going to go out on a limb. I don't see Belmo that often, obviously, but I don't know if he's going to. I don't think he's going to throw urethane the entire block. To your point about Kyle Sherman, I think that was a great move.
Yeah.
By him.
That move allowed him to just kind of slow everything down a little bit, just kind of get into a comfort zone and just worry about making the best shot off your hand instead of dealing with ball speed and trying to force the ball down the lane.
Looked like he may have moved a touch left. Maybe a bit softer and even got that one. I would say that was probably 3-4-ish down lane. I mean, we watched Wes Malott throw urethane early on this pair, but 4, 5, and 6 didn't seem to be the break point early on for this morning's C squad. People that were throwing urethane were like 15
to 10.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was because I was worried about that, disrupting that area of the lane for when they finally moved in. And that goes 16 out to 2 or 3. And you're asking a lot from a urethane ball covering that many boards.
Kenneth, you're right. Bad games do happen. He had a few last night. He had a couple. Not that many in the first round. He did receive his squad award for leading, or his round award, excuse me, for leading after day 1. .155 for Belmo. Alec Tarr a strike away from 195. Michael Tang after that 4-bagger, 3 consecutive 9 spares. Solid start for Carr, 195. Dick Allen. Allen might have been between a few balls as well. Started with 1, made a switch, then something else on the field if he get things figured out.
He also made a pretty big move. The first shot I saw him throw, the second shot, excuse me, in the second frame, he crossed it was 15 at the arrows. Now, he didn't get it as far right as he wanted. It stopped at about 9. I think his intended target was probably 7. I just didn't get there. And then that last shot, it looked like he was pretty far up the pipe, far outside. Solid finish by Michael Tang. Gene Perez just gets the 5 to lean forward. Plain Jean through 10, looking for 217. Kyle 15 out to about 6.
Great way to save 200 here for Kyle. Very tough start. Then the back-to-back opens in frames 4 and 5. Makes a switch to the blue hammer. With 6-10 in the 6th and then 4 in a row. See David Hooper. Everything that was up the boards. A little bit of a different approach. Got a very brief look at Kyle's blue hammer, and just the way it looked. It looked like it could have been an original.
Could have been what?
An original. It's just the way it looked to me. But I feel like because his dad is who he is, Jenny Sherman, was way back in St. Louis. His dad is St. Louis legend. I feel like he would have
a few.
An original blue hammer.
Well, Kyle confirmed that's what it is.
It just had that look.
He said, yeah, it's original. They don't make them like that anymore. 100% Joe. Take that 201 for Kyle Sherman all day long.
Good to know my eye is still decent.
You know your stuff.
I was sitting there like, yeah. I mean, I've seen like, let's see. I've seen original blue hammers. We all have, more than likely. But I've seen like Brett Wolf, for example, when he used to, when I was working at the OC, he stopped through the bowl. You know, the original blue hammer for Brett Wolf, the one he won the Masters with.
Yeah.
You just get a look at one, and like that color blue just looks like it's an original.
Joining us for game 2 on our featured pairs, Zach Tackett, Chris Barnes, and Matt Russo over on 25-26. Jason Sterner, Sean Maldonado, Mr. 300 Cameron Foster, and Chris Kelso. Barnes 202, Zach Tackett 161, Matt Russo 194 the first game. Sterner 224, Maldonado 197, Kelso 200 even, and Foster 189. From a faraway distance, I see Maria Jose Rodriguez scouting out a pin over on lane 20. A little kick from her after it went down late. Oh, speaking of pins going down late, Sterner gets the 10 to trip forward. Daniel Belmo is on. Pull it up real quick. Belmo is on lanes 31 and 32. We were talking about topography reports and charts yesterday, and Chris Barnes, not the only one I've seen, but he has printed out all the topography reports for each pair and stapled them together. And now he's taking a look at 23 and 24. I'll pull them up myself and see if... I wonder what he may be looking at, if anything, on this pair.
And what were the keys again when we were talking about how to read? We had Matt Russo talking about it.
The basics of it is that the colors indicate where the indentations on the lane are, which way the lane may lean. Now you're talking at a slightly above a microscopic level, but it is enough to affect ball motion. Red means you have, for a right-hander, means the ball might read a little more there, might hook a little more there. Blue means it might be a little tighter in that spot of the lane. And then it's reverse for left-handers, because blue means it's kind of tilting to the right. So for left-handers, blue might indicate a hook spot or an early read spot, where red, orange, or yellow for them would indicate a tighter spot. That's why when you're looking at these, like for instance, I've got this pair pulled up. In the track area on the right-hand side, you've got a lot of red before the arrows. In the track area on the left-hand side, you have a lot of dark blue before the arrows. That's laydown points. That's where those players' bowling balls on house shots land on the lane, which is going to cause more of an indentation.
Cameron Foster, Chris Kelso, Sean Maldonado, and Jason Stern on 25 and 26. Cameron Foster had the first 300 game of the tournament. Great shot there, and I'm not sure how much Cameron competes from time to time in PBA events, but as Chris goes high and leaves a 4-pin, but Foster certainly, his ball roll and what he's been able to do, I've got to look up his total and to see where he is and what his chances are certainly of advancing. But I think if he chooses to, every now and then he's like, hey, this dude can play.
He's minus 11 on the day. Overall in the tournament, that puts him at minus 78. So with 7 games to go, 78, nah.
He's got some work to do.
188 pins in 7 games, 225, 226.
Sesh with 3 in a row. Hashtag Sesh. Unforced error there for Barnes in the third. Matt Russo, early double. Matt joined us last night. Thank him for stopping by. Three in a row now for Russo. You can tell the differences, I think, in the pattern just by watching Matt bowl. Last night when he got here, we were talking about it took him to the 10th frame in that particular game, where if he threw any bowling ball, and I forgot what he was throwing last night, or if it was urethane. I don't know if we ever determined that.
We did not.
But his ball really didn't start reading the lane the way he wanted to until he was going up the lane, up 4, up 5. He could not get his ball to shape, in a sense, to what he's doing right now. He didn't quite have that look last night, so just a quick difference in regards to the two patterns. And after hearing, and I bring up Matt because he talked about what he wanted to do and some different things when he was on with us. Nice bounce back for Chris. That was 10 back and not as well as a Hall of Famer can throw it.
He is throwing urethane right now, the Honey Badger urethane, which has an asymmetric core in it, which is going to give you a slightly different motion than a traditional urethane ball that has a symmetric core.
That's when I knew, like, okay, yeah, urethane really has changed because they companies started to create urethane with asymmetrical cores.
Yep.
Tack it. ZT here, 9-spare triple, and now a 9-pin. 9-pins have been so prevalent. I think part entry angle, part bad break. Hold on.
Oof.
We've seen a couple of gutters already today, just in the squad. Maria just threw one actually. 2 pairs to our left in the 3rd frame. Jason tossed one here in the 4th.
Pete had one earlier down here on the high end of the house.
If you are just joining us, thank you very much. This is the 2019 U.S. Open. A break there for Barnes from Victory Lanes in Mooresville, North Carolina. Ketzlow, that's got a hook. 1-2-4 there for Chris with Daniel Farish. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Moving day, cut day. 36 will move on.
Or as Brett Spangler put it, Friday.
Friday.
F-R-Y-D-A-Y, Friday.
When he said that, I looked down at my watch. My watch has the day on it. I'm like, what? Oh yeah.
I didn't get what he meant until he spelled it out.
Sure.
And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and that goes back to social media and some of the hashtags he's used. 5 in a row now for Russo. Wow. I'm curious. I'll have to ask, of course, Zach and or EJ. And just watching them bowl, of course, they both certainly can hook the bowling ball. And I know a lot of times when as youngsters they say, how did you develop kind of your style? And then people watch someone and that's they wanted to emulate a certain person. I'm just very curious, how they developed their particular styles and their ball rolls, especially as brothers. So perhaps it's the hey, EJ was doing this, and so Zach was watching EJ, etc. Well, perhaps no one better than manipulating hand positions. True tactician, Chris Barnes. Right up the boards. Straight from Chris Barnes. Way more years.
Yeah.
With a quick off-camera, kind of heard conversation with Chris Barnes. Early indications or analysis from Chris was they're hard. But he did mention, he said a lot of urethane, around 12-ish. And he said he'd be interested to see how that ends up in the rest of the block. For him personally, where he's currently playing, he hopes that turns into hold, which will be spectacular for what he is doing right now on the lanes. Thanks to Jason Thomas, our maestro right now, giving Aaron Smith a nice breather. Question for you, Daniel, and as I watched 23 and 24, Belmo threw urethane, Kyle Sherman threw urethane for a little bit. I think Alex Carr had urethane in his hand. And we just said, or Chris just said, a lot of urethane, middle lane around 12. Is that, you think that's helping these players currently? And I mean specifically Chris and Zach, because Matt is left-handed, not dealing with certain things that are happening on the right side of the lane right now.
It could be. I mean, we're only a game and a half in with as we've talked about, no practice in the lanes. So yeah, it absolutely could be, and it may help them on this pair when they came off their first pair to this pair. It may help them tame that back end motion out. It should help them tame that back end motion down. I'm not saying that they walk up with no fear about missing left, but what Chris said, he's hoping this could maybe give them some hold a little later in the day. We certainly could be seeing a little bit of that right now. For instance, that shot right there 15 minutes ago may have dove through the face.
This left lane shot, or excuse me, right lane shot for Chris on 24 for the viewers will give you a real good indication. And obviously you've been watching this entire time, so you kind of know where Chris is. But when he said he's hoping that your thing use, around 12, 13 will help him. That's because if he gets into any trouble, or if he misses left, if there's enough push, enough carry down, that's certainly going to benefit him. You got that one low right.
And that ball was more 6. The arrows out to about 2, 3. And anytime you get a ball out near 2, you're going to be in trouble. I'll bet you $1 he makes it.
Not taking it.
And you're not taking any of my bets this week.
Not. But they're too good.
Why do you think I'm picking those players?
Right. Then that's why I'm declining.
I bet Belmo makes this. But
Oh, that's a solid.
Oh. Now Barnes 202 the first game, now 2 opens and 6 strikes this game. Max out there of 230. Russo 192 the first game. Solid game going right here. Meanwhile, a couple frames there, a couple lanes down. We've both mentioned her once this game. Maria Jose Rodriguez. Double, gutter, 7, 3-bagger. Oh, give him his hits. Rolling 3 pins like a champ. That ball? Wow.
That time Tackett definitely through the nose. Well, 3-6-10, but I think more of a, and the way he's talking to himself, that's just a little left. Didn't get that one to where he was looking to. Certainly.
So Matt said that the ball he's throwing right now wasn't even supposed to be in the bag. And I said, well, he said it was a last-minute addition. I said, well, why did you put it in there? And he said, well, remember when we were talking last night about the holes in the bag, how I filled the hole, and I had 2 holes left in the bag to fill, and I had 2 balls I was going to put in there, but they didn't really match up very well. And I looked at this Honey Badger urethane. I said, well, I don't have a lot of confidence in it right now, but if it can be a get-out-of-jail ball, let's put it in there. And this game, it's a break-the-bank ball.
Chris not thrilled, obviously. Missed a single pin and then got one aborted to right. And, he's looking at 250.
30.
No.
Oh, okay. Yes. Well, if he makes the single pin, yeah.
Makes the single pin, even if he leaves something to make, or if he just makes a spare. I mean, he almost made that split to 2-4-10, and he's still looking at 250.
Yeah, that'd be 69, be 242 if he had made that single pin.
9 pins are going to be the cause of some injuries for some players, man. Some of them have really been demoralizing, and the reaction certainly from the players, and we've all been there, is I said it earlier in the tournament. Exhale, a lot of exhaling, a lot of woosah. Those of you who have seen Bad Boys.
Second gutter of the game for Jason Sterner. The first one on a 3-bagger, this one on a double.
All right, big 10th frame here for Barnes.
He didn't get it out quite as far as the last shot on that lane, but it looked a little firmer off his hand. Ball speed looked up just a pinch. I don't know if that was an adjustment that was made. Maybe he made a small move in to get away from that hang spot out there and picked up the ball speed to try and counter, making that move left, possibly to where there might be a little bit more dry.
What pair is Barnes going to?
Next door.
Okay.
25 and 26. Everyone makes a 1-pair move to the right. A little late to look at some scores after game one, but I will tell you, the highest game in the building first game was a 224. I know we talk about the fresh is always difficult. Until you're waiting for the pattern to kind of blend and settle down. But that's the lowest first game we've seen in 6 squads. That's low. $18 of the 48 players were plus. Sterner had 24, Tang 23, Anthony Nyer 21, Ostrander 17, and Gene Perez 15. Top of the standings inside the squad after 17 games. Barnes at 182, O'Neill 171, Belmo 150, Kent 141, Dick Allen 123, Ostrander 117, Maldonado 100, Sherman 96, Sterner 83, and Michael Tang in 10th at 71. Looks like a couple pairs down. Tom Doherty's going to have a chance at 258 when he steps up in the 10th. Of course, the pair in front of us, 2 230s. Pair to our right, like a high game possibility over there of 215 from Maldonado. And nothing really on the low end that I see. Like Ostrander getting to the 230s, that's about it. It's a veteran move right there, what Barnes is doing.
I was going to ask you that. I was going to ask you about what you thought, he was waiting on, or what he wanted to do specifically with this fill shot.
I don't think he wanted to throw his fill shot and then wait 10 minutes to throw his next shot.
I agree. And their pair, or this cross, is missing a player. And so there's 3 on a pair. Chris, Matt, and Zach. And of course, since they're moving just 1 pair to their right, when Chris stepped up, I think in the 10th frame, I think this group was in the 9th frame, maybe just starting the 9th frame.
If that, yeah. If not finishing the 8th, yeah.
Disappointing. That's what Chris just said. Chris Barnes, that is. That's you throw it that good. If anything, man, I look forward to seeing Cameron Foster at some point at another event. I don't know when or where it is. Perhaps it'll be at the next US Open. Which is just under 4 months away at this point. Again, it will be in Sun Valley or at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. 2020 edition. And someone mentioned yesterday in the chat just the constant events basically starting in January, if you include Team USA trials, then the U.S. Open. I forgot when the Masters is scheduled. I think it's late or mid-March this year. If only there was a place.
March 23rd.
There it is.
2020 Masters kicks off on March 23rd with the finals on March 29th. Televised live on FS1 as part of the PBA's television package with Fox Sports.
All right, Kessler will finish things out. Game number 2 will be in the books. We just talked about with Russo, Tackett, and Barnes moving over to 25 and 26. And we should welcome Mike Kahn, Billy Hibbert, Chris Warren. Rodriguez shot 204. No, those or some of you are keeping tabs on Maria this game. Well, we've got a little bit of a moment. Speaking of moments, why not talk about a moment? One of the best moments we've seen by an all-timer and someone who has some distinct history here at the U.S. Open. Let's take a look at one of the moments from Dave Husted here at the U.S. Open.
David Husted needs 9 pins on the first ball. 9 pins. If he gets 9, he wins. Striker spare.
8 strikes for Kaler and a 245.
There it is. Second U.S. Open. Bob Strampy,
yes. He'll perform when hurt like a champion. But Paul Kaler, you'll see him. And now, Joe Louis Arena.
All right, game 3 now officially underway. That moment featuring USBC and PBA Hall of Famer Dave Husted. That was in front of more than 7,000 fans at Detroit's Joe Louis Arena. That was to capture his second career U.S. Open title at that time in 1995. And he, of course, would successfully defend the title in 96. That is what Don Barrett, who bowled earlier today, is looking to do.
That was a rocket off of Barnes' hand to the 1-3. Sometimes the high Harper, though, that's the one you need to get it done. I'll tell you one guy, I don't know if this condition would allow him to do what I would love to watch him to do in person. But Aaron Smith, who is, he's taking a break. One of his hometown
Save
boys.
it. I know where you're going.
Yeah. Whoa. John. Sun Valley Lane's proprietor, John Lucido, found a piece of 1-inch white tape that had been used. And as I was turning around, it was just about on my nose.
Keep you on your toes,
You
man.
say we're in his house when? Next February?
U.S. Open.
Okay.
You already got something planned?
Not yet, but I'll figure something out. Payback, baby.
I'm looking forward to going back to Lincoln for a couple of reasons. One, now that I've been to the U.S. Open once, I'd like to see it again.
See what?
Now that I've been to this event once,
Yeah.
the U.S. Open, I think I'd like to see it one more time.
Oh, okay.
Two, definitely looking forward to seeing the renovations that will be complete by that moment at Sun Valley Lanes. And three, not that this matters, but every time I have gone to Lincoln, there's not a lot of time for to go on campus or check in a sporting event, take in a sporting event, whatever it is. That probably will still be the same because of that schedule that week. But I'm going to attempt. Last year we had ITCs there in Lincoln in 2018, and the Nebraska spring game was on the same day as the TV shows.
Really?
Yes. So very early. I mean, we were getting to the leaving the hotel about 7ish, and there were already fans walking towards the stadium, which from where we were, just down the street, essentially.
Yeah, they take their college football seriously over there in Nebraska.
Well, talking to Rob Gottschall, I know he's living with them as well as a Lincoln native. Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh. So you've been to Lincoln for PWBA stops?
Oh, nicely
collegiate,
done.
yeah, off the wall.
How about that, Chris Warren? He's still wondering how that happened. Yes, a couple of PWBA stops, including one this year. ITCs in 2018, so at least 3 times. 4?
Back in February of 2006. Weren't you part of the group that went out there for a tournament?
Yeah, I don't think that was in Lincoln, though.
It wasn't Lincoln?
I think it was Omaha.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think.
I had a little anecdote if it had been Lincoln.
Well, I'm still curious to hear.
Well, that was the last. It was the weekend of the McKendree Baker tournament over in Fairview Heights in St. Clair Bowl, and Randy, our college coach, Randy Lightfoot, knew who his first 4 people were that were going to nationals. It was myself, Shea Bittenbender, Brian Valenta, and you. But he sent players out to Nebraska because McKendree's an all-Baker tournament. You don't have any individual games, so your average or your differential, your college stats don't change. So he sent a bunch of guys out to Nebraska to have them kind of fight it out for the last 4 spots. And I remember him telling me that he was sending you out there. I don't think I've ever told you this. The only reason he sent you out there was to kind of lead and take control and watch over them. That's the only reason you didn't go to McKendree.
I did not know that. I'm trying to now think, did I do a good job of leading? Look at the coach testing his players out there. That's interesting. I'm going to have to ask him about that next week. Oh, no, they won't be in Atlanta.
They won't?
No, they don't go there anymore.
Oh, man. Maybe that was after Randy forgot to send in our entry and we ended up halfway to Atlanta.
We talked about that.
Oh,
I always bring that up. Randomly.
it's just... There are long versions of it, but the short of it is we got halfway to Atlanta and found out we weren't in the tournament and it was full, so we turned around and went up to a Lafayette to Purdue's tournament.
Good Lord. So Chris,
Man.
I don't know if you saw this, but pretty sure he took at least 2 balls off the rack. For sure 1, but I thought 2. And now, of course, after missing the spare in the second frame, pocket 7-10, and just for him, kind of compounding what was a disappointing game on 23 and 24.
It's a rough 6-frame stretch right there for Chris Barnes. Only solace he has is that after the first game this morning, he was leading the squad at plus 182 overall. So, you know, not that you ever want to give pins away, but he's in a position to have a stretch of frames where he's struggling.
Tack it.
Oh, baby.
Wow.
That ball decided to go left.
It's a good shot there for Billy Hibbert. St. Ambrose. If we get a chance, I'll try to get the attention of Steve Jacobs. Steve works ball rep for 900 Global. Also see him on the PWBA tour.
I'll let Chris throw this shot, and I'll grab Steve. He's probably going to want to watch what happens here.
Must be something small, subtle, physically right now for Jason Sterner. Just toss one more in the channel.
Chris, that ball was on 1-2. I'm afraid out there he may be trying to make something work that might not be there. See, one string over to our left, Greg Ostrander on the front 4. Almost another open frame for Barnes. Shoots the 2-5, hits the 2 on the left side, and kicks it in front of the 5, and he almost hit it thin enough to not catch the 5 pin.
No love there for Russo. 3-7 there for Matt. It's, you talk about pair to pair. We've said it. Players say it. The reps say it. Brett Spangler said it very good earlier. They're going to be different, but generally playable. And Russo, Tackett, and right now specifically Barnes, just because Chris's look from 23 and 24 just looks completely different, and he's made a couple ball changes. It looks like he's going to make one more.
So I went over and talked to Steve Jacobs, and I said, so basically what's Chris fighting? He said, well, where he's at, he's on top of where others were throwing urethane, so it's starting to get some push down lane. So we really have two options, stay where he's at and ball up, or start looking at possible zone changes.
It's interesting, man. I mean, his look was phenomenal on 23 and 24.
And for lack of a better term, he squandered it. He said it was disappointing. One unforced error on the missed 4-pin, the 2-4-10.
As I said, minus those, not those two frames, but specifically the last couple of shots we saw in the right lane, where it was starting to looked like it was starting to get a little tricky on that lane to begin with.
Chris Warren's ball wants to go left, and when it goes left at the right spot, it runs the pins over, and when it goes left at the wrong spot, it leaves what the term you coined as designer splits.
Yeah, that's not, you don't want to go out and buy a designer split. It's not Gucci.
No.
It's not Louis Vuitton. That is the opposite.
All right, some block numbers after 2 games for this squad. Tom Doherty, plus 54. Greg Ostrander, plus 50. Matt Russo, plus 29. Jason Sterner, plus 16. And Barnes and Maria Jose Rodriguez at 12 over. Just behind them, Bill O'Neill is 8 over.
6-pair split.
And Belmo's minus 52.
Chris Warren has got it covered if it's a 6-pair split right now. Or 6-count split.
Overall, after 18 games for this squad, Bill O'Neill still leads at 199 over. Chris Barnes, 192. Belmo, 153. Greg Ostrander, 150. Marshall Kent, 133. Tom Doherty, 97. Maldonado and Dick Allen tied at 95. Sterner, 75. Maria Jose Rodriguez in 10th at 74. And 5 players behind them that are still plus. Matt Russo and Kim Bowlby tied in 11th at plus 55. Michael Tang at 51. Kyle Sherman at 50. And Gene Perez at 36.
going to say, I hadn't seen Bill O'Neill within our vicinity, but he is to our left. I think that's,
we will see him next game.
okay. Well, while we have a moment,
We can also see him this game.
let's check in.
Like 3-bagger, 7-spare double, throwing a purple hammer, slapping the half 10 out. It's pretty good motion right there.
Is that your thing?
Pretty sure that was a purple hammer.
Looked hard to tell, but it looked purple. Ostrander on that pair too. You see what's going to appear in your left side of your screen here in a sec.
Slow down. Oh boy.
Anthony Nyer, I believe, has been throwing some urethane as well. I know the original, I shouldn't say original, but at least the first urethane ball I know of global perspective. The shot there for Barnes, we'll get back to that in 1 second, was a booyah.
I remember the booyah.
So I don't know what that is. It's black. It's got a pink label, which is similar. See Maria Jose Rodriguez on this pair as well. This group of lanes. Quality there from Tackett. What we got on scores? Or standings, excuse me.
We looking for Zach?
No, overall. Just after, what, 2 today?
Yeah, after 2, O'Neill's at 199, Barnes 192, Belmo 153, Ostrander 150, Kent 133, Doherty 97, Maldonado 95, Dick Allen 95, Jason Sterner 75, and Maria Jose Rodriguez at 74.
What was your last year at LU?
Bowling or attending school?
Attending.
Graduated in 09.
Wow.
Gets him to crumble the 6-7-10.
Ball change there. Last time he was up on that lane, in fact, both lanes. He split twice, only able to convert one.
Back-to-back breaks for Russo and Tackett.
I think that's always the right mindset when you get a break like that. I know it can be more of a really, but it's moving day, it's cut day. That's the definite reaction you want. Hey, listen, whatever happened, whether I whether I messed up or whether I made a mistake, whether the ball did something. Especially if you made a mistake, then it's a bit more easy to be like, okay, that was me. I'm going to take this break and then I'm out. If you threw it good and that happens, then it's okay. Maybe it's a different story. Then it's what do I do? What move am I about to make? Barnes. Get the ball change again. And has thrown some really good shots here, specifically on the left lane. The last two on the right lane have been light sevens. 10 back left lane, 7 pins on the right lane, the last 4 shots. Bill O'Neill struck in the 9th. He went 3, 6, 7, 10 in the 8th frame.
Kenneth, to your question, I'm gonna guess yes, simply because he does have 6 PBA titles, including the 1990 USBC Masters as well as the 2018 USBC Senior Masters. To his credit, he's been controlling that monster hook for quite a long time.
Yeah, he's. Actually, you commented, I think, during practice. I think it was the practice session. We're just talking about age.
Yeah, I said if I could throw it 10% as good as him when I'm half as old as him, I'd be a happy man.
All right, can Chris get the 7 out on this right lane? He did, but not the way he wanted. 3-6. Anthony Nyer has gone 4-bagger, spare 3-bagger. Oh, hook. Well, we have really seen a good example of pair-to-pair. Just from game 2 to game 3. What do you think you're seeing out there, partner?
I'm seeing a lot of bowling balls hook. I'm seeing backhands are still flying. Haven't really tightened up all that much as a whole. I'm sure individual pairs are different, but obviously a lot of players are having an issue still keeping the ball on the right side of the head pin or the right side of the pocket. Chris mentioned, and we have seen it. Urethane kind of going up 15 to 10. Mike Collins trying to do it. A couple others have been trying to do it. And you have players trying to play out on the twig. I'm looking over at Greg Ostrander, kind of a little further in, around 4th arrow, over on 21 and 22. Zach Tackett has been in all day. I think he's got the right idea. I like his angle of attack. Great shot there by Brandon Curtis on the left side. Rhino Page kind of showed everybody where you can play on this earlier. Not the first 4 games, mind you, but the last 4 games. Certainly, he had a look and exploited it. I would characterize this pattern as tough but fair. Justin, I would say he's throwing a white hot. Kenneth, I think what Chris is doing, he's playing his A game and living with the splits, basically, because he feels that for every split he throws, he's going to throw a double or a 3-bagger to make up for it. And that's kind of the mindset these players have out on tour. And not so much for this event, because this event stands out, and it's the word I like to use is brutality. But typically speaking, when I watch them cross at the World Series, they are aggressive every shot, and they will attack every pair as if they can shoot 260 on that pair, and they will live with the 170s because they know that they're going to fire off a 250 and a 260 afterwards, or they're going to put that 170 in between a 250 and a 260. So they're going to get their plus pins, and they're going to stay aggressive, and they're not going to change it. Now out here is a little different, but you still got to stay aggressive. Kenneth, he may have just seen your comment, because he has annihilated the rack the last 2 shots. Oh. Ball change for Barnes, gives up the single pin, so take a look at ball motion. Minus 15 on the day.
have Nathaniel Potter, Brian Robinson, Greg Ostrander, and Bill O'Neill, 25 and 26. Your pair to our right actually will be Stephen Hahn, Anthony Nyer, who just shot .258, Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Matt Sanders. We'll see Nathan Bohr, Brian Halen, Chris Prather, and Ditto Fitzpatrick here on 23 and 24 momentarily. All right, that'll get Billy Hibbert into the two teens. Game 4 now official. All right, here is Bill O'Neill. He's been near the top of the standings throughout the event. In fact, going back to Friday, he led from games 2 through 7 before Belmo overtook the lead in the final game of that round. But many, Matt Russo mentioned it, a couple other players have mentioned it, and you've heard it throughout the season. Just high praise for Bill O'Neill here in 2019. Prior to last game, O'Neill was at plus 199. Again, that was prior to game 3. Chris was at, Barnes that is, was at plus 192 and going to take a small dip, but obviously still in good position. The cut number before last game was plus 50. Which Yeah, going back to this morning makes Rhino Page's efforts to get to plus 92 even more solid, almost melodramatic in a sense, because I think we both thought the cut would be a little bit higher, and right now it is not trending in that direction. Players bowling right now who are in the area of that number again prior to game 3 were Kyle Sherman at plus 50, Michael Tang at plus 51, Kim Bolaby at plus 55, Matt Russo at plus 55. First shot from Prather. Yeah, just had a quick chat with Doug Kent. Wow. No, Brad, when Brad Miller was on yesterday, he talked about, he was specifically at the time discussing players, you know, who could play out. If you wanted to play out, you had to have incredible touch. And although we're not talking about playing out right now, but I feel Chris Prather just has an incredible touch and just incredible feel to be able to do some of the things he does and play some of the angles that he's able to play. Brad mentioned Chris doesn't use urethane. He does everything with touch and feel, and I mean, you can look at it and say, wow, that shot was, I think, a very good example of not only just how good he is, but just how good he is just with his hand alone. Again, Halen, Bohr, Fitzpatrick, and Prather on 23 and 24. Those asking about Pete Weber, he is on 21 and 22.
O'Neal 34 up on the day, looking to build on that and build on his lead over the rest of the squad. Again, after 2 games today, he was just 7 ahead of Chris Barnes. Barnes minus 15 on the day. Again, O'Neal 34. So I would imagine that Bill created some distance between himself and Barnes the last game, with Chris being in the 170s. Belmo third on the squad at 153, so he's a little bit of a ways back. And of course, once we get a score update for Game 3 of this block, I'll bring you those numbers. Prather kind of caves him in right there. Good shot. He's 22 over on the day. For the first 3, he was minus 8 overall going into the last game. So some work to do, but certainly not out of the realm of possibility that Chris Prather can put together 5 good games here, along with whatever he shot Game 3. Let's see, he was minus 25 after Game 2. He's plus 22 after Game 3. 247 last game. So a couple more of those and he's in business. If you all remember back in the fill ball for Chris Barnes on 25 when he had a 6 pin up there, made a ball change and threw a strike shot, sacrificed that 1 pin. He has started off Game 4, 9 spare, 3 bagger, and just went high flush 4 pin in the 5th. So that ball change looks like he has benefited from it so far the front half of game number 4. one of the things I've liked about watching Bill O'Neill bowl this event, for some reason I saw more of him on day one than yesterday, but what I have seen over the last 48 plus hours is he's very much keeps to himself. He's not, some players of all generations, young and old, some of them kind of bounce around and talk to a lot of people, interact, I don't want to say with the crowd, but with friends or family they have sitting in the stands, give him the late hit. Bill he keeps to himself. I haven't seen him talk a lot to his ball reps. Didn't necessarily need to on day one. Put together a pretty solid day one. I know he struggled yesterday. I mean, comparatively speaking, he struggled. He was plus 20. So scores for the most part pretty consistent. Just two outliers, a 172 and a 241. Everything else between 220 and 180. So kind of evened themselves out. And got to plus 20. But he goes about his business. Grand Finals the same way. Having crossed with him at a number of tournaments in the last couple of years, he'll pick his seat out in the settee area. Each time they change pairs, he'll have his water. No electronic devices allowed to the players in this event, but typically he'll have his phone there. He'll input the stats on his whatever app he uses to keep track of his stats. He'll come back, put the stat in, take a sip of water, and just sit there. But not a lot of conversing with other players, people in the crowd. Just kind of keep to yourself, stay inside, stay inside your bubble and worry about you. I think Chris really liked that shot off his hand, thought he deserved 10 on that one, and I'm going to agree with him. And we have a score update after 3 games in this block. Your block leader, Tom Doherty at 691, Greg Ostrander 677, Anthony Nyer 662, Bill O'Neill 634, and Zach Tackett at 623. That's the top 5 on the block tonight. Overall, for their 19 games, Bill O'Neill plus 225. A 38-pin lead over Greg Ostrander in second at 177. Chris Barnes at plus 165. Belmo 152. Marshall Kent 145. Tom Doherty 134. Dick Allen 129. Then a 61-pin drop to Kim Bowlby in eighth at plus 68. And Jason Sterner, Kyle Sherman tied at plus 63 for ninth position. 6 players behind them are plus. Maldonado in 11th is plus 62. Maria Jose Rodriguez in 12th place at plus 56. Gene Perez plus 40. Chris Prather plus 39. Matt Russo also plus 39. And Michael Tang plus 33. Now just shy of halfway in this block, but when you go to the cumulative standings of everybody together and sort it by average, 10, 20. Right now, 24th place would be a 204.31 average. And your cashing cut, which is what the cut that will be made tonight, is a 202.69 average. So if you take that 202.69, here's say 2.69 multiplied by 24 games, That's roughly plus 64.5. So the thought that it was going to be between 75 and 100, you know, we still have time for this squad to hit a couple more transitions, maybe put some big games up. But right now, it's not looking like it's not in that window right now. We are just about 5 frames shy of coming up on halfway through the day. 12 games down and 12 games to go. Just off to our right on 27 and 28, Anthony Nyer on the front 6. See if we can get a little bit of bonus coverage of him. Take a look at what Anthony's doing. He'll be on the left side of your screen. Look a little. Oh, well, that was resin. Never mind. Just kidding. I don't know if Ditto Fitzpatrick did get it as far right as he wanted, or if, wow. Smattering of claps for Pete Weber. Just off to our left. Split spare, strike spare, 3-bagger. So 69 in the 4th with strikes in the 5th, 6th, and 7th. Chris, it had not been mentioned, and that is why I flipped over, because I saw your comment. I didn't mean to steal your sign. Just call me a Houston Astro. That's going to hook. Lucky to get out of it with just a single pin, however. Do not see any strings on the high end of the house. Nothing really in front of us. Anthony came off the front 6 just there on that flat 7. Gene Perez down on 17 and 18. Strike 9 spare, 5-bagger. Brian Halen did not like that shot, and for good reason. He's really trying to, we keep using this term, shape that urethane ball, hook, for lack of a better term at this point, trying to hook that urethane ball. That's asking a lot, almost too much out of your equipment. I'm someone who is a proponent of ask as much out of your arsenal and your bowling balls as you ask out of yourself. But you also got to know when it's time to get out of a ball and get into something else. Andrew Kane over on 21-22, 7 of the first 8 with an open in the 6th. Up in the 9th, strike here puts him in the 260 possibility. Yes, scouts the 8-pin late. Kane minus 56 on the day coming into this game. Clean 203 for Nathaniel Potter. Good game, buck 85 for Brian Robinson. Now Bill O'Neill looking for 259, but he can't get that till he gets this one. Oh my. Great shot by the real deal. Chris Barnes down on 31-32, shot 249 that game. So Bill O'Neill going to pick up some pins on Ostrander as far as the inter-squad battle goes, but lose a couple pins to Chris Barnes. Belmo on the high end of our tournament lanes has a double going into the 9th. And it looks like he can punch out for 217. Got some red early in the game. A couple splits maybe in the 2nd and the 4th. 97 in the 7th, the double in the 8th and 9th. Or sorry, 97 in the 6th with the double in the 7th and 8th. His 9th frame offering missed right, and from this angle looks like a washout. It indeed is. Now Andrew Kane talking about looking for that 260. Great shot there by Kane. I came into this game minus 74 overall for the tournament. This right here going to get him a little bit closer to even. If he can punch out, be within minus 8. And we watched what Rhino Page did the back 4 games earlier this afternoon. No doubt in my mind that Andrew Kane could find a way to do the same thing. I can't get the swisher on the light 10. 253. So minus 21 for Andrew Kane with 4 games left here in qualifying for A squad at the 2019 U.S. Open from New Victory Lanes in Mooresville, North Carolina. I am Daniel Farish alongside Emil Williams Jr. We are halfway through this squad, halfway through the day, basically. 12 games down, 8 this morning, 4 this afternoon. 4 more coming from these players, and then 8 tonight for B squad. Mentioned Gene Perez was striking through 7 frames. He struck in the 8th, has been spare in the 9th and 10th. He'll be in the 240s. Gene made a pretty good run yesterday to get to plus 53. He's currently plus 40 as he's minus 13 on the day. But this game right here looks like a strike from this angle. Puts Perez up at plus 86. Chris Prather talking to some of his ball reps back here. About a frame or two ago, he said, "I think I'm close. I just need a small adjustment, but I think I'm close." Let's see what adjustment he makes here. Considerably further in than where he started the game. That ball picked up way soon. Did not get across the center part of the lane. Leaves something makeable, however. He's looking at a clean 190 game. Ball change for Prather here in the fill. Better shot, 191, minus 9 on the game, plus 13 on the day.
Well, Daniel, just to look ahead, I think we're going to be joined by Wesley Lowe. In the booth.
Oh, okay. I was like, I'm looking at my pairing sheet, and I'm like, I don't think he's bowling this squad, bro.
I think he's going to stop by
Oh, okay.
and
Come on, man. You can
share some thoughts.
who we are going to be joined by on one of our two featured pairs over on 25 and 26. Tommy the Cats, Matt Kuba, Andrew Kane, and PDW. Kane plus 9 on the day. Weber minus 27. Cats is minus 68. And Kuba minus 99. '23 and 24 this game. Michael Williams the second, Brandon Novak, Alfred Wolf the third, and Tom Baker. We will see these guys again in Game 8. All right, Game 5 here at the 2019 U.S. Open on Bowl TV, simulcast on Flow Bowling. I am Daniel Farish alongside Emil Williams Jr. And joining us in the booth for a game or so, Wesley Lowe.
Hi, everybody.
Wesley, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Doing good. I've been up really early, and we're bowling the night squad tonight, so I hope I don't fall asleep before it.
What?
Oh, my bad, man. Did you say yesterday? Was it yesterday I saw you? You were like, I tend to get up now at like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. I feel like an old man now. Maybe it's this jet lag that I'm still working off, but I feel like I get up at 6, 7 in the morning every single day.
Oh. No, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you get the night squad and you got to wait till 6 o'clock and
That's
you're
what I'm
up for
saying.
12 hours already before that.
Like, we've been complaining about, not complaining, but mentioning our schedule. I can't even complain to him because he's on a similar schedule today.
True. That's true.
So how long have you been here today?
I actually just got here maybe a half hour ago.
Okay, so what have you seen, or have you been watching over the last half hour?
I've actually watched probably the last 3 hours in our Airbnb.
Okay.
We have this nice 55-inch TV that we're watching off, and we're watching all the bowling. So I watched for a half hour. I'm watching the lefties because the left side's a little different than the right typically.
So
But-
what are you seeing?
I mean, I don't think outside of 12 is in play for either the left or the right, really. Like, you kind of have to, like, use 12 as your gutter and either, like, force it in there and just use that hook that it's giving you, or kind of just be nice and just roll it to that spot from inside. And it looks like it's actually kind of successful for a lot of people, especially with the softer hands. Minus that one.
Minus that one. Yeah, that one got a little wide. So how has your tournament, from your eyes, been so far?
Yeah, it hasn't been good.
Okay.
My score is not very good. What's nice is I still have a pop at making the cut, which is surprising, but I'm going to need a lot of score. I think I'm throwing it kind of good. I've been struggling this past summer, just with my timing and my swing, and I haven't been bowling as much. So for an outside looking in standpoint, I think I'm actually doing not too bad in that regard. But I just don't know what I'm supposed to do to throw a double here quite yet. So today's the day. I think today's the day for that. It's tricky. This left side I think is really, really tricky, especially like in that 45-foot flat pattern. We don't have a lot of breakdown to the left, so we're kind of forced to, funnel it in between 15 to 20 and just force it in that slot. And when the right-hander started moving left, that made it even trickier for us. So I think I also got tricked with that as well, and that's the result of my phenomenal scoring pace right now.
Now, a lot of the players that we spoke with following the practice sessions said they thought that this pattern would be the hardest one, and then, day one happened, and a lot of the pattern broke down in a way that forced everybody in, and that got pretty ugly. But after the practice sessions, before day one, before you saw what happened on the 45-footer, what were your impressions of the three patterns?
I thought they were going to be hard. I felt like during the practice session I didn't see anybody really strike a lot, which, I mean, that's kind of evident to the scoring pace right now. There's not a lot of strikes, and this is a low cut for the U.S. Open, at least the times I've got to bowl it. And I thought the first one would probably been the second hardest, because the righties can move in and they can potentially have enough shim because of how long it is. This was probably the hardest one for a majority of the field, I think, because it involved a lot of touch and finesse. And even if you have a 550 rev rate like Belmo, it still comes down to him being nice to it, not letting the ball spark off the pattern. And the third one I thought was going to be the most playable or the second one, sorry, this is the third one. The second one I thought was going to be the most playable of all, and it kind of showed when there were a lot of decent scores last night. Like, I mean, they weren't lights out, but they were decent scores, or yesterday in general.
Yeah, yesterday morning, Francois lit it up, obviously.
Yeah, I was on that block. I watched him and Simo. That's insane. They were striking so much.
Simo had a great block.
Yeah, 530 for 2. I get to his pair, and I look up, and I'm like, hey, nice bowling, man. Shot 530 for 3 or something like that, and he got it for 2.
Well, Wes, you mentioned we saw you last week, and you are in grad school.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. It started fall of 2019, so I'm currently in grad school for 2 more years, furthering my education for a little bit.
What are you working on, degree-wise?
I'm doing an MBA. My emphasis is in marketing. I'd like to think bowling's going to work out in my future, but if it doesn't work out, at least I have some kind of fallback to go to. What would be cool is somehow I can work in the bowling industry and like use this degree and use what I've learned in school to like help, better bowling, better myself and everything like that. I don't know if I can work like an 8-to-5 job for like corporate America or something like that. Sounds bad, but like I don't know if I can sit there in a suit all day and be okay with that.
Can we go through the players on this pairs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What, sure. Saw something in the chat. Oh, go ahead.
How have you guys been? You've been here all day, huh?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Tired yet? Getting there?
Moderately.
It's only a couple more days, right?
Moderately. We get to sleep in tonight.
Oh, start later tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I wouldn't know that. I wasn't looking that far ahead of the schedule.
Well, I mean, yeah, one day at a time for you.
Yeah.
But for us, we look at any opportunities to gain extra minutes or hours.
That's true. I agree with that.
In the booth with Wesley Lowe, formerly of Wichita State. And I think he told us next year you do plan on kind of attacking the tour, if you will.
Yeah.
And so at this point, that'll give you a couple months to work on some things you just talked about. And, team trials is in January, and you're looking toward that as well. So early thoughts on what you might be bowling potentially when 2020 hits.
Literally everything. And, I have about 7 weeks. I'm going to Kuwait next week for
nice.
a week. Yep, that'll be exciting. I'm really excited about seeing the world, and it's been a really cool couple of months. I got 7 months to get ready. Then I'll bowl team trials, and then everything I'm eligible for, I will bowl for the PBA Tour. I know right now I'm not eligible for the TOC, so I might try to go, win a regional or something real quick to try to be eligible for the PTQ. But I will bowl everything I can, and then if overseas tournaments permit, I will go overseas. Whenever the Masters hits, I'll be there. Whenever the Open Championships hits, I'll also be there. I like bowling so much, I think I'm just going to do as much as I can. I've lived in my bed for about 6 days in the last 3 months because I've been bowling. So
You've been traveling so much?
Yeah. So it'll probably be the same next year, too, once 2020 hits. We'll go to team trials, get maybe a week of rest, and then PBA Tour starts. So everything I can. Almost feels like I'm in college again, just traveling on the road all the time and never sleeping in my own bed.
Some days that's almost kind of a great thing, in a sense at least, because if you like the travel part, then you get used to that.
Yeah,
of
course.
You get used to it. And obviously there's the days where you're like, okay, well, I can't wait to get back to my room and my own bed, etc.
All the time it feels like actually now. And I'm not even a seasoned veteran with this traveling thing yet.
Because now you said you're old because you wake up at 6 a.m.
You're right.
Peek through the nose there, 3-6-10. Shaking his head at a few shots, just hasn't looked happy here, but still got a long way to go here in this game.
Is he close to making the cut? I know he bowled really well the first day. He was 59 over, and they're pretty tough.
Well, we just got scores for Game 4. Take a look at the top 5 on this block for this squad so far. Tom Doherty at plus 103, Anthony Nyer plus 99, Bill O'Neill plus 71, Billy Hibbard plus 62, and Jason Sterner plus 59 overall for this squad in the tournament after 20 games. Bill O'Neill plus 262, Chris Barnes 214, Dick Allen 172, Marshall Kent 160, Greg Ostrander 150, Tom Doherty 146, Belmo 123, Sterner 118, as well as Maldonado 118, and in 10th is Gene Perez at 86. With about 7 more players plus, Kim Bowlby is at 80, Maria Rodriguez at 78, Matt Russo 48, Kyle Sherman 40, Prather at 30, Michael Tang at 20, and Pete Weber at plus 1 with 4 games to go. So to answer your question, he's not currently in what we think is going to be the cut. I would put him at about 70 to 80 pins out.
Really?
If you, after the last game, if you look at the 36th place of the entire field, when you sort it by average, it was 202.69, which comes out to about plus 65.
Okay.
For 24 games.
I guess that is what we projected in the house. We were running through numbers literally every single day trying to figure out what we would think it would be. I said it was going to be about 170 to start the week. I think the number's a little high by any means.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Last year it was the top 36 cut was 205.88, and then the top 24 cut after the cashers round was 206.17. And I said this year I thought it was going to be 03 and 05.
Okay. So you're just a smidge high as well then.
So when you come into an event like this, multi-game, multi-squads, three different patterns, and you kind of talk about a cut line, do you aim for that number, or do you just put it in the back of your head and just bowl? Like, what strategy do you employ?
Usually it's in the back of my head, especially to start the week. I mean, you can't really predict. You can only guess and assume all the time, but you can't really predict it until maybe like day 2 of the tournament, especially when everyone gets done. And like at the Masters, like we bowl on that burn squad, and that burn squad changes the numbers so many different ways every year. And so like for here, when there's 3 different patterns, you just assume that if you bowl decent, you'll be fine, or at least that's how I feel, which obviously didn't work this week. But I kept it in the back of my head, and I started looking at it towards, the second day. All right, well, close. And then yesterday, like, the number, I don't know what the number changed to, but I think it went up a little, right? Slightly?
Let's find out.
But so, like, I don't think for most bowlers, like, that they think of the number until towards the end of the tournament. They just go out there and try to do their own thing, make one shot at a time.
After day one, 36th place was a 201.13 average. And after yesterday, it was 203.06.
Yeah, so it went up just a bit.
Which makes sense because Monday was brutal.
Yeah, it was.
Or day one was brutal, and
Yeah, it was
yesterday was
impossible.
a little better.
That was definitely an interesting, like, first day of the U.S. Open, in my opinion. I had never seen, like, not even seen, like, heard so many people just, like, so upset about the bowling because it felt like you couldn't do anything. Like, it felt like you just wanted to get your 9 and get out of this pair, get out of the day, and just move on because they were so hard.
So, we talked, you've struggled this tournament, but you've had quite a bit of success in your career. How do you balance days like this, the long days, the physicality of the bowling, what it takes to get through the 8 games, and the stress of it? How do you balance all that and then still stay in a good zone?
I don't know if I do. I feel like I have high anxiety every time I bowl a tournament. Like at Junior Gold, I think Junior Gold is the worst one because you're bowling for 4 days and you have to wait and you have to look at those numbers. But I mean, at some point, for the physicality part, I always try to stay as fit as possible because we already know it's an endurance. Like, this whole tournament, it's going to be 56 games in order to try to make the TV show. So you're bowling 56 games, and that's already a lot. Like, that's more than some people bowl in a week, it feels like, at least the professionals. So, and, like, that local house bowler is only going to bowl 9 games a week at the most,
Yeah.
That's already a lot of games. So that's the physical, and, mentally, I personally try to do something that keeps me preoccupied from either, like, looking at bowling, looking at the scores, or thinking too much about other things. Like, sometimes I'll, like, go out and maybe go mini golf with some friends or something like that. Like, this week we've been playing Wii bowling.
Okay.
We bought a Wii, and that's how we've de-stressed. And, like, Brian Halen's one of my roommates, and he's bowling pretty well this week. Today, it's kind of on the down, but hopefully he comes back with the last 4. But, like, all of us have just been de-stressing that way. And it helps us just relax and not think about other things that we'd be thinking about. I mean, like I said earlier, we were watching the live stream, but, it's for knowledge. It's not for, stressing about, what's Pete Weber doing, or, like, that he's going to do well or something like that. It's just knowledge. It's like, all right, if he's playing it there, maybe I got to pop doing that. And same thing with all the tournaments. I always try to find something that's de-stressing. Maybe, like, get some ice cream, too. Like, that's always nice. Go out to Cold Stone.
They got Cold Stone here, too.
Yeah, I saw that. It's, like, off the freeway, right?
No, I'm talking about, like, the snack bar.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I might deserve that after tonight. If it's still open tonight, I might deserve that.
I got to be honest with you, Wesley, and obviously you're in grad school, but you're just removed from undergrad, but you still have, and of course you do because you love bowling, but that just pure, genuine joy to bowl.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. And I'm probably saying this because I haven't bowled, not certainly as a professional, but just bowled consistently in a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I was at a point very early on, like right at the end of college, where it was like, okay, I bowled a lot. I'm not going to bowl for a little bit. And then you kind of go through these spurts of, okay, I want to bowl. I'm going to take a break. Okay, I want to bowl. I don't get that from you at all. It's very refreshing for me.
I appreciate that. I think that's probably why I'm, like, in a sense, like, kind of motivated to continue bowling and try and be successful on tour and try to do all these things, because I think I still enjoy it for the time being. I know I'm only 22, so maybe at, like, a couple years from now you can ask me the same question and maybe it'll be a little different. But for right now, I do still thoroughly enjoy it. Still trying to learn, still trying to understand it.
Joined in the booth by Wesley Lowe, and you bowl tonight,
I
right,
do.
Wes?
Yep. 6 p.m., or we might be starting a little later. I'm not quite sure.
Last couple of days, the last squad has began around 7-ish. Just in case. By the way, folks, we are going to give away a a second pair of AirPods today. We're getting closer to that point. Somewhere in the next few games. Could be before game 8, could be during game 8, but we'll let you know.
Can I win that?
Well, technically, if you were watching Bowl TV.
Can I pull up on my phone and then try to subscribe or however it was again?
I have to check the eligibility list.
All right, that's okay. I won't do that then. I'll just watch it vicariously anyways.
I mean, I don't think you're a subscriber, so you would be eligible.
All right.
I mean, honestly, you really will be.
Well, I'll be here all day, so I guess I can't technically win watching on my phone.
That's also true. You would have to be engaged in your mobile device while watching Bowl TV.
Worth checking out, 37 and 38. Sean Maldonado on the front 7. Make that the front 8.
Wow. We have seen that type of leave a few times, not necessarily today, but just kind of throughout the week.
A.J. Johnson did it yesterday.
He did. Looks like a great shot for, 59 and a half feet till it gets to the head pin.
That is very true.
How many times this week off your hand have you thought, man, that's a good shot, and then the ball completely misbehaved?
Yeah, I'd probably say about every other shot. There are plenty of times that I thought I threw it really good and I got the maximum penalty. And then there's times where I threw it bad and I somehow struck. I'm like, all right, maybe I should just throw it bad instead. I think this place is so tricky. It's not just the patterns, but like the pins are hard to knock down, so you can't get those like lucky light hits or like lucky really high hits. And then on top of that, I don't know if like maybe it's the lane surface or what it is, but like the balls spark so quickly in the back of the lane. And usually when like the 2-2s or the extra oil in the back, you would think it would like speed it up and it wouldn't like hook as hard if you had your angles correct. But no, it's like the complete opposite. Once it gets past the pattern, somehow it's gonna spark if you like do just like the most minute thing wrong.
What for the viewers who, just in case they don't haven't heard that term spark before, what do you mean by that?
It just means hook hard. Like
Okay.
it once it gets like in its transition and starts getting in that hook phase, it just keeps going instead of getting into the roll phase instead and slow itself down. I don't know if I went too technical. I might have actually.
No. We encourage you to do that.
Yeah. So always say spark. Like especially on a house shot, you throw it to the dry too quick and it comes off even quicker. I always say spark. Man, that ball just sparked off the spot. I don't know if I can trademark that. I think everyone's said it in their lifetime, so.
Yeah, I've learned that different phrases like that are geographical.
Yeah, I think so too.
It all depends on where you're from as to what some people say hold, some people say shim,
Yeah.
push.
It's our bowling jargon, but it's
Yes.
also based off where you live.
Yep.
My favorite is tournament. When you ask someone from like Jersey and they say like tournament or something like that.
Tournament.
Yeah. That's my favorite, and it's not even bowling slang. It's just how it's their enunciation of the word.
One other term that I heard this week used to describe the end of a pattern was speed bump.
Yeah.
Now describe or define what that means for the viewers.
All right, I'll do the best I can.
Okay.
Because sometimes I always get these things wrong.
Give it to us in the Wesley Lowe way.
All right. So, like, if I have it correct, like the speed bump is at the back of the pattern, and like what Hoagland likes to do for these patterns is he puts like a flatter oil in the back, and he puts a little more in the back of the pattern, or he puts a little less in the back of the pattern to like change, how quickly the machine's going and how the oil is distributed. And typically when we say speed bump, there's always just more oil in the back. So I think we're looking at the...
It was right here. He did it right there on the 45-footer.
Yeah. So, see, man, I don't really like these lane graphs because I don't understand them. It's almost like a foreign language, but I try to because you gotta understand a little bit. But like, there's somewhere, so the speed, where it says speed, it says 14 or it says 18. the machine will go to a different gear. And like with Hoagland, he always makes it where like there are times where the machine's at like 26. I think 26 is the max. So that means I think there's less oil being distributed because it's going so quickly. But then he has, I think, the 4 setting and just dumps oil all over that part of the lane. And so now that's like what's defined as a speed bump, where most people or most house shots, it's just generally the machine's going at the same slower, fast pace and an even, steady pace, and it doesn't change the pattern as much, and it just makes the pattern so much more difficult.
Yeah, what he explained to me, and he said this was for the broadcast. I could put this out there. He said that the 4 buffer speed, the buffer is how fast the brush is removing oil to the lane. It's putting oil on the lanes. 3 is normal, but at the end of that 45-foot pattern, the buff number is 4, which means the brush was more quickly applying oil to the end of the pattern. And if you look, that's the last 5 feet of the pattern. So that's kind of the speed bump that all you guys have been talking about.
He likes them. I know I got to bowl in college for 4 years, and I got to see a lot of his patterns. And I know at Wichita we talk about it all the time because like speed bumps for some people are kind of like also a foreign language. Like, what is a speed bump? What is that supposed to even do? And like when you're bowling, you try not to think that like it makes a difference on your bowling, but it makes a ton difference on how like different your ball will react to the patterns.
Good stuff here from Wesley Lowe.
Belmo down on 19 and 20. 9 spare 7-bagger. So he has struggled quite a bit today. Minus 72 for the day coming into this game. And a chance to get all of that back right here if he can throw a couple more good shots in the 9th and 10th.
Do you, this might be an off-the-wall question he just struck, but do you think he will ever win the U.S. Open?
Yes, I can't say no to that. There's no way. I'm not a fan of absolutes. Always, never, 100%, 0%. There's almost no way that I can say he's not going to.
Yeah, no, I feel you on that. I completely agree.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even if it took him, and I don't think this to be true too, but even if it took him 25 years.
Oh, he'll still do it.
He's going to do it.
He'll do it at some point. Yeah, I agree to that. I think, and like that could be a little opinionated, but like the reason like the last couple of years he hasn't been on the show is because of these multiple patterns. Because we're bowling on 4 patterns and he can't get into a groove on the patterns and just like start outscoring people. That's why it's like taking him a little time over the last couple of years. Whereas like the previous years when he's always on the show, it's always the same flat pattern and whatnot, and he's able to just kind of get into his own groove and figure it out.
Yeah, without being out here, obviously, from a PBA perspective, but just watching from afar and looking at live streams and looking at statistics, I mean, it doesn't take a lot to realize that Belmo gets comfortable. He is going to generally strike often.
Yeah.
And a lot.
Yeah, I would never put anything against him to not strike.
And you can say that about a lot of people, right? Once you get into any type of rhythm, generally as a bowler, you feel good.
Yeah,
and
of course.
It helps the swing stay loose, etc. But Belmo seems to have this innate ability to strike, and I think there's probably, without being out here, but I mean, there's probably some level back in the day. I don't know if it probably still exists now, but some level of intimidation when you start seeing all these strikes. Like Belmo's on his run. Like, uh-oh.
Yeah, it scares everybody. I mean, like once. Like I don't get to see him very often, but like whenever you watch him and he gets into his groove, and like literally everyone just huddles around and starts watching because they know it's like game over. Like sometimes I'll have a 4-bagger and I'll be scared and I'll be like, man, am I gonna get this next one? And he'll be like, yeah, I'm just gonna go strike more, and everyone's just gonna watch because they know he's gonna strike more too.
I mean, that's devastating to the psyche.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
When you know you can do all you can and it's still not gonna be enough to even get close. Speaking of two-handed bowling, of course, in the booth for those of you who do not know, Wesley Lowe is a two-handed bowler. I don't know if I've ever asked you this. So how did you develop this style? What made you go to the two-handed style?
I've actually done it all my life.
Okay.
So the small backstory is that my dad was a bowler, not competitive, but he bowled league all the time. And when I was born, he kept me in a car seat because he would bowl the night leagues and my mom would be working. So I would sit in the back. I don't know what I would do because I was 3 months old or whatever, and at some point when I was like 1.5, my dad started taking me to the bowling lane and trying to throw the ball down the lane. And the only way I can do it was to throw it with 2 hands and just shove it down the lane. And then as I got a little bit bigger, again, I don't know how this happened, but I developed a 2-handed style from the left side. And I just continued working at it that way. And my dad just taught me, the basic fundamentals and spare shooting and lane play as I got older, but he didn't change me to be a one-handed bowler. So he just continued letting me prosper that way. At some point, I stayed with it the whole time, but at some point he ended up finding a coach for me that would end up figuring out this 2-handed style and understanding it better and fixing my game where he couldn't do it, because he was the basic one-handed bowler, the pendulum swing, just let it drop down and just let it float off your hand, and that's what he did. And so he would teach me how to take my hand out of it a little bit, but he didn't teach me, go one-handed because that's the way to go, and I just continued going that way ever since. I think I got lucky. I don't know if I could have done the things I'd done being one-handed. And I don't know if that's true or not, because maybe I would have figured it out and developed something, but
Right.
I think it did help me be a better bowler in a sense.
Speaking of Belmo and striking,
Yeah, see, there's probably a big old crowd over there just watching him.
he can get to 290. And take a quick look at Belmo's 10th frame here in just a second. Good shot there, Pete. Big double there for Pete, and now he's going to be in the 220s. Max at 223. Alfred Wolf.
Be about 24 over now. He's going to make a run. 3 more to go.
So here is Belmo on lane 20.
That's so beautiful. It's unbelievable. And talking about this pattern, that touch and finesse, he is not cranking on it at all. He's just letting it flow to the track, and it's just rolling off of it. He's not forcing it to hook, which is absolutely insane.
There's a guy right there in Pete Weber who absolutely doesn't force anything. Swing, release, nothing. It's just, it's fluid like the water that comes out of your faucet.
So I'll ask you, Wes, from a two-hander to two-hander, describe. You mentioned it was beautiful. Describe Belmo's game from a two-handed perspective. I feel like you would know it.
Yeah,
in that sense.
That one looked like he forced a little bit. I think he wanted to
don't
get
punch
it down
Michael.
the lane. He almost knocked him out.
Oh, man. Sorry.
No, you're good. I watched that too. He almost knocked him out. He was ready to punch him. Well, not on purpose, but might have thrown Michael off too, actually. Belmo's game is developed over the last 10 years, and I watched so much video on it because of how different he was when he won that first title in the plastic ball, or not the plastic ball, but when he threw the plastic ball in the one lane in Long Island, wherever it was. And I watch it, and it's so elegant. And what makes it elegant is his feet are so slow, and he uses his core and his legs much more than, I feel like a lot of the two-handers now use a lot of their upper body, but they don't realize when Belmo's using his feet, right here, it's going to be really slow, but he's using his core to engage his ball into the swing. And he just lets it drop down and come off his hand. And that's why right now he has that soft touch, where maybe 10 years ago, if you looked at it, it wasn't soft touch. It was kind of like how I feel all the time. Get to the line, hit it as hard as you can, and throw it into the slot. I hope that described why Belmo is so good right now, or why he's so much better at what he's doing.
I just learned something.
Yeah, I hope.
by listening to what you just said. I never would have even thought to consider one's core, to be quite honest with you. But I feel like could you take what you just talked about and for viewers listening or watching, and apply that to anyone's game? They don't have to be two-handed per se.
I think it applies to both, two-handed and one-handed, honestly. Because if you watch a lot of these one-handed bowlers, a majority of the top professionals, and it could be anybody, amateurs and whatever, but it's so effortless on the upper body as well. And most of them, their feet don't get too quick. Some do. EJ kind of gets there a little quick, but it's so effortless when it gets into the swing and it gets down. They're always using their legs or their core to, engage that. But I think Belmo's doing it the best, especially with the two-handed. Our swings are a little more compact, so there's not a lot of liability there.
I started to kind of press against my own core and realized that not much of a core. that maybe I just forgot what it's like to
Forgot what it looks like to bowl.
to have a nice firm core when you bowl.
Different though, right?
Yeah, I pulled up the video of that, his first title back in 2008 against Mike Fagan.
Okay, that was a little more touch.
That was still, gosh, man.
But like he's like perfected it. Like even there, like his back trail leg kind of still comes up and his hips are going a little forward, so he's still not getting it there or projecting it very well. Well, obviously he is, because he's still really good at that time anyways, but just from a perspective, if you see how he's changed over the last 10 years, now it's like projected on the lane and it's an effortless thing. It's not like he's forcing it there. And it's just like any game, you're always evolving your game to be better, and I mean, he's obviously done it because what he's doing is miraculous right now.
Well, he's changed a little bit in his stance where he holds the ball. He's a little more upright, and that may be the fact that he's 11 years older than that video.
That's true.
But he's slimmed down. He's healthier. He's he hears the talk all the the two-handed game isn't going to last until you're in your 60s. Well, you know what? He's going to last as long as he absolutely can.
Oh, I believe it too.
And he's healthy. He's adjusted his game to kind of make up. And if you talk to some coaches will tell you that a proper two-handed style is less wear and tear on your body.
I've heard that on multiple occasions.
Than what Marshall Kent or Cameron Doyle or any one-hander that's a higher rev rate type guy. What they go through with, whether it's their shoulder, their wrist, their back. If you put your back in a proper position in a two-handed style, the rest of it's less pressure on everything.
I agree with that. And that's why I've heard a lot. Especially, I work with Mark Baker, so that's been my coach since I was 13. So one of the Team USA coaches. Yeah. So I've had an okay coach for a while.
I was gonna say that's a pretty good coach.
Yeah, I think he's done some just a little bit of help for me, right?
Yeah.
But like that's one of the things he's always looked at too. Is those different liabilities in your game that can potentially like either injure you or to help your game be better, and he's always looking for it. And that's one of the things that he said. Hi, Marshall. Are you striking? Ow. Grinding, good. And that's one of the things he's looking for too. And that's what every coach I think looks for as well. Which is why it's tough to study the two-handed game if you don't get to see it often, and that's why people think, two-handed game can cause back injuries and whatnot. But I don't know. Guess we'd have to find out. But he's still bowling strong for the last 30 years of his life. Doesn't seem like he has any injuries.
How long can you stay, Wes? In the booth.
I can come back. I think Flow Bowling wants to do a thing quick. I was supposed to do it at 4:30.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're
should
good.
Go do that.
Okay. Do you want me to come back?
Sure.
It's up to you guys.
It's totally up to you.
If you want, or if they like me. I don't know if people like me, so.
All right, let's ask. Do in the chat, vote yes or type yes if you like Wesley Lowe and enjoy what he has been discussing as of yet. I'll give you 60 seconds. I mean, we should have just did a quick poll. Let's do that.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Nice. That's cool. This new Bowl TV thing is actually really cool.
Well, thank you.
Like, I know I used to watch it on YouTube a lot, but like, there's only so much you can do like with the interactive side of it. But like now, like the stuff you guys can do and work, it's awesome.
There we go.
There's 2 yeses in the chat. That's cool. There's a third. 4, 5. All right.
I think they're answering quicker than I can get this up.
Well, there it is.
And then we're good. Then we know. Then you're coming back.
You go do your thing and come back, and we'll get you in for another game or a half game or game, whatever.
All right, sounds good with me.
All right, man.
See you guys soon.
Big thanks to Wesley Lowe. And the people said it. So hopefully Wes will be able to come back. We don't want to take up his time. He does have some other media engagements, which is always really cool to say that, just in the sport alone and the ability to cover the sport when he has other media engagements and things he has to do. So shout out to Flow Bowling. Again, we are simulcasting to Flow from Bowl TV this week here at the U.S. Open. Officially now into game number 6 as we welcome Marshall Kent, Kim Bowleby, Nathan Ruiz-Lejoie. I said it much better last night because it was fresh. They had just told it the correct pronunciation to me, so I'm going to do it again. First, I'm going to watch Marshall Kent. And Marshall now into his loft game. He leaves at 3-6. By the way, Tom Doherty, Greg Thomas, Roy Davis, and Graham Fox. I actually meant to ask that question a little differently. My go-to when people say, well, I don't know, do the viewers like me? And I say, well, if you want, Wesley Lowe to respond or return to the Bowl TV booth, in your best Stone Cold Steve Austin voice, give me a blank yeah. Now you don't need to type that, but that's how I should have said it the first time. Back to my man Nathan Ruiz-Lejoie from Canada. He told me last night it was just like Levois, like Francois, but with a G sound. So replace the V with a G and you have Lejoie. Hopefully we do get a chance to have, I won't guarantee he'll be back because I don't know how long his media engagements will be together. Justin Goodman is a good viewer. But I don't know how long his media engagement will last, his segment right now that he is recording. But hopefully, if he does, and if you have a question or two, just think about them. And when he does come back, I'll try to get a quick Q&A with Wesley. I would tell you to drop them now, but then other comments might push the chat up, and I don't want to forget any. So just think about them, hold them, and then if we get a chance, we will try to get to those. I spoke earlier about Cameron Doyle, and this was like game 1 or 2, and I just saw him at the time. He was around 19, 20, but he was throwing a shot, and it looked very good with urethane, and it brought me back to what we saw last night. But I haven't seen Cameron since that moment that we briefly touched on it earlier today.
You said he threw urethane in there?
Earlier. This was earlier.
Okay.
Not right now. Not right now. And so now I'm kind of intently focused and watching where he is and what he's throwing.
He's throwing a pretty clean, symmetric solid. I believe that was a phase 2. Crossed about 25 at the arrows and got out to about 7 and then just dead stopped and went left.
Well, Bell with 14 in a row now. He's moved on to 27 and 28. Nathan in front of the ball returned a little bit. We saw his loft game on Friday. But we saw everyone's loft game on Friday as well, so that was certainly wasn't uncommon.
See, it's situations. First of all, back-to-back great shots by Cameron Doyle, but it's transitions like this and lane patterns like this late in the block where Jason Belmonte can just carve. He doesn't have to force it. Goes back to what Wesley was saying. It's all just it's smooth and natural off his hand. He's not hitting it hard. He's not forcing it out to his break point or forcing it down the lane. It's all natural. It's all muscle memory. Belmo could go big these last 4 games. And up until that last game right there, since the end of Friday night, he's been minus. Belmo there on the left side of your screen. To use Wesley's term, look like that ball sparked a little bit early. But if he can just keep moving left from there and keep projecting it out to the right and the ball gets through the mid lane clean, he can put some scores up. The minute where two-handers run into issues is early hook. Early hook is a problem for them. Now they can loft over it, but it depends on where it is on the lane.
As if the previous shots from Cameron Doyle weren't good enough, his fifth was probably the best. He looks to be in very good rhythm. Terrible news from the chat. Unbelievable. I had a feeling, though. This one's shaping up not to be our season. I won't get into too much football talk, but all I know is my history with Bowl TV and the Bears is not good. Because last year I was at team trials on Bowl TV when Cody Parkey did his thing. Ah, well.
It's okay. It's okay.
That just means Daniel Farish is going to continue to talk trash. That's the worst part. Doyle looking for 6 in a row.
Oh, man.
Probably not happy with himself. Maybe. Oh, maybe a little grabby there. Marshall Kent's going to try to take care of this Deadwood. Perez here over, what's that, 29 and 30. He's got 4 in a row. Belmo split in the 5th.
We need to remind Marshall Kent to stay right-handed.
I feel like there's probably a really good group of players here on tour where they would take your cash.
Opposite hand.
Yes.
And ironically,
I feel like I've seen Marshall Kent bowl.
Based on my
left-handed.
joke, I bet he'd be one of them. I'd have a feeling.
Now that you say that, honestly. Hey, here's Kent.
Well, he got to the left-handed pocket. That's about all the good that came out of that frame. Meanwhile, kind of going back to what we were talking about, Belmo, he's been back-to-back through the nose 3-6 and then 2-8-10. Man. It's like any shape that was at the end of this pattern in the middle is completely gone. These bowlers cannot get these bowling balls to get through the middle part of the lane. Not comfortably, it appears anyway.
Four pin there for Belmo on the right. TD looking for his second strike here. Ooh. 10 back. Daniel, when you see players throw a shot and they turn around and they go back to the approach, not as if they're going to throw another shot in that lane, but I feel like they're doing a couple things. One, trying to make sure they recall where they were standing. Perhaps when it is time to either go back to that lane, and it could be different lane to lane. Do you or have you done some things like that to help you, especially if you've got lanes different, for example?
Absolutely. Yeah, and it might just be, you might not really have a reason, but let's say, based, Marshall's last shot, it hooked immediately and went Brooklyn. I would just kind of turn around and look at the lane as if I was looking for something that I'm not going to see. Like, I'm not going to see a big red flag pop up and say, hey, there's a big dry spot here. I'm just going to turn and just kind of look at it incredulously and be like, really? What in the world?
It's a nice word.
All right, some scores after Game 5 tonight. get the right screen up. Okay, your block pinfall, top 5 for the block. Doherty and Nair, both 124. That is Tom Doherty and two-time junior gold champion Anthony Nair. Bill O'Neill plus 106, Barnes plus 82, and Maldonado plus 79. Overall for the tournament, through 21 games for this squad with 3 to go, 2.5 now in real time. O'Neill plus 297, Barnes plus 262, Belmo plus 213, Maldonado plus 182, Ostrander plus 177, Kent 170, Doherty 167, Dick Allen 166, Sterner 107, and Kim Bowlby in 10th at plus 98. 7 more players, I think that's 6, are plus on the squad. Gene Perez at plus 68, Michael Tang 67, Kyle Sherman 65, Prather 54, Russo 41, and Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 40. So just looking at those numbers, you've got 8 players on this squad. Dick Allen at 166 and everyone above him who are looking pretty good. Jason Sterner and Kim Bowlby at 107 and 98. Need to stay clean, maybe add a couple plus numbers to that. I think they're in a good position to make cut. And then you've got 6 players between plus 68 and plus 40, and they hold their fate in their hands at this point. Haven't checked any cumulative numbers since the end of Game 3. Now that we're 2 games further ahead right now. 24th place, if you look at it by average, is 204.8, and 36th place is 202.69. So it's actually exactly where it was 2 games ago. That ball he's throwing just has no desire to want to get across the lane.
Two excellent shots from Doherty. That's a way to get to plus 124.
Kent shoots that left to right to keep from chopping one or the other straight back, and instead sails the spare ball past the 5 into the 9. And he takes that ball at Crux Prime off the rack. Looking forward to see what ball he goes to. Shot there from Bowlby. Going back to talk to Sweet Martin Larson. Tom Doherty can still get to 243.
his last 2 shots. So there was 1 strike in 5 frames. He has doubled since. Greg Thomas now with a double. And Thomas clean here through 8 frames. Sean Maldonado, 4-bagger. There's Ketzlow. He started with the front 6 and now has gone spare. He had 300 at the PBA, PWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles. Roll.
No.
All right, Doherty out of trouble. Sean Maldonado's ball is just leaving no pins on the deck. And he's looking at potentially 260.
Marshall balled down quite a bit, almost to a point of a level of performance ball we haven't seen much of in this tournament. Nice conversion from Cameron Doyle on that 3-6-7-10. That was a big swing in bowling balls from Marshall, going from a Crux Prime, a strong, what you could consider a big cover, asymmetric, to a Hustle Inc., which is a low, I don't say a low, well, low end, solid reactive, symmetric. So big changes in bowling ball dynamics, and that motion looked great. Good ball chase.
Well, you called it. I mean, it's the last 2 times on the right lane. You know, when he got it in the air, it was hooking immediately, which obviously is the opposite of what he was trying to do. All right, strike, and Doyle will be at 220. All right, so Kent back on this right lane. He's been in front of the ball return. Let's see if the new piece of equipment will help him get it through and down the lane. It's already working, but it still was further. Uh-oh.
I think he's going to have an issue here. I think the foul light went off, but he slid into the gutter cap, so.
Tournament officials now down to discuss and decipher and get things taken care of. I believe the consensus, and confirmed by other players was he did not foul. However, he did leave a 6-pin, which was, of course, swept away because of the foul light situation.
Yeah, we actually had that happen at the OC with Kyle Troop. He slid into the foul, and he slid into the gutter cap, and the foul light went off because it kind of moved the gutter cap, and you're like, well, that's not a foul.
Kyle Sherman with 4 in a row. Feel we should get some entrance music. Like walk up like baseball. If we have guests, they get to choose their walk up music.
What would be your choice, Wesley Lowe, joining us back in the booth for entrance music?
What would be my choice?
Yes.
Oh, man.
We can give you a minute to think about it. That can be a difficult decision.
Yeah. All right, people might judge me. I thought about it for a quick sec. Maybe like Taylor Swift.
Whoa.
Yeah, like some
bro.
old school Taylor Swift. Yeah, see, you're gonna judge me too.
I like old school T Swift.
Yeah, that
I
could
wouldn't
be my
admit
entrance
it
music.
like that.
No,
This
that's
is
fine.
the judgment-free zone, by the way.
Yeah, that's good.
It is. 'Cause, I like that. I've got her 1986 album in my car.
Yeah.
So
And like I'm sure people are judging, listening, but you know what? I don't care. If they judge, it's okay with me. That'll be my like if I ever make a TV show, maybe that'll be my strike song too.
That was going to be my next question. Would that be your strike song?
Maybe, but I don't know if it motivates me when I'm bowling, so I don't know if I would listen to her then.
That's fair.
Did I miss a lot of strikes?
Well, there's a few from Kyle Sherman, who is now in the 240s over on 27 and 28. We'll go back to, Michael Tang first.
That 240 is huge for him too, isn't it?
Yes.
Because he was off the borderline of the cut.
Yeah, Kyle, check his exact number at the moment, or I guess prior to this game. Thanks, Dan.
it's plus 65. So yeah, he was one of those players that I talked about was right in that realm of, okay, you can get there, just don't screw up the last 3 games and put some plus numbers up, some decent plus numbers, not just like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
Yeah.
I feel like I missed out a lot. Is this game going to be game 6?
This is game 6.
So it's going to be game 7.
Yes. To use your term, you missed a lot of sparkiness between Cameron Doyle and Marshall Kent.
Oh, okay.
A lot of instant hook.
That does not look like a very pleasant game for either of them on the back half.
No. No, Marshall was throwing a crux prime up until the 9th when he switched to a hustle Inc. and got beautiful motion on 23, but just could not get deep enough on 24, even when he got in front of the ball return, and just could not get the ball across the middle of the lane. And then Cameron was throwing that solid symmetric and just trying to force it through the middle of the lane, and it worked for 6 frames, and then he couldn't get it across the lane anymore.
Wow, that's crazy. That was a good start, too. He needed it.
He did. I think a few shots for Cameron, though, were just not what he was looking for off his hand as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, obviously not being around these players, right? It takes me a little longer to watch the cues.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning, when you come back from off the approach from throwing the shot,
Oh, okay.
your facial expressions, body language. You know, I feel I have a really good beat on that with PWBA because I spent a lot of my time there, and having an understanding of, by not talking to someone, just by watching them, knowing that
their body language shows
actually,
what they're thinking in a sense.
It wasn't a good shot, or that was a good shot, but the result wasn't what they were looking for, etc.
Have you figured mine out yet? I feel like you've seen me a lot.
I
feel like I've got some
I don't
interesting
know.
ones.
Yeah, you do. Because they kind of change, though. Like, you may do something different every time.
Maybe, yeah. It depends on my mood, I guess. Depends on how I feel about my bowling game, too, I guess, huh?
You do have the drop the head moment every now and then, though.
Yeah.
And that's when I know it's like, okay, he's really not happy with what's happening right now.
It's good. I'm glad that you can figure out my body language a little bit. I'm glad. Honored.
We are going to have a couple squad leaders hitting our pairs the next couple of games, including Bill O'Neill and Anthony Nyer. O'Neill will join Greg Ostander, Nathaniel Potter, and Brian Robinson on 23 and 24. Up next, while on 25 and 26, Stephen Hahn, Anthony Nyer, Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Matt Sanders.
Is Nyer 105 over? Is that the number?
He's today he's 124 over, and overall he's minus 68, and that was going into this last game.
Okay. Am I allowed to ask him? Can I just ask him?
Yeah, he's yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Are you throwing urethane? Are you throwing urethane?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Trying to get my insight. Try to figure out how to get to 280 over tonight.
Insight is important in this job.
They are booyahs, by the way. You called it.
Okay. Yeah, I think we went to the site, but as far as the website goes, it didn't look to be a on the website, right? Was that?
You're correct.
Okay. I do feel like that was like one of the first, and I am not an expert in the 900 global brand, certainly, or line, but I know I've seen them on the lanes this year. Not this tournament, but I know I've seen them earlier in the year.
What do you guys think it was?
We didn't know.
Oh.
That was my guess based on what I had seen in previous bowling events. Actually, and to be honest, I feel like Anthony threw either that ball or a version of a booyah at Junior Gold.
Oh, the year that he won?
No, this year.
Or this year?
I thought I saw him in at like the final advances round of the advances round. He threw urethane, and I feel he threw one of those as well.
Sounds about right. I'd like to think so. I always watch him. He's really, really good for being as young as he is. And so I always watch him. I get curious on what he's throwing and how he's doing. And typically it's a booyah. And at least that's what his dad would always say, too. I think they have like a honey badger urethane, too, that he throws sometimes. Like the purple one or something like that.
Yep. That's what Matt Russo was throwing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And he may still be throwing it, I'm not sure.
You just brought up a really good point. And you're 22 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you just said, I'd like to watch him, and he's so young, but I can still pick up things and ask him. I imagine that used to maybe happen to you. And it probably still does. Yeah, I'm not saying you're old, right?
I feel old.
But, Anthony's 17. You were Anthony.
Yeah.
Like, in every shape, like, you were 17, and obviously on this trajectory of a very upward, trendy, he's going to be very good.
Mm-hmm.
Did that happen to you a lot from other youth athletes, or even adults, for that matter?
I don't know about adults.
Okay.
And maybe because it's like a generation gap in a sense, because I don't really know, besides Sanders and a couple others, there wasn't really a whole lot of lefties that were around my time. But I mean, I used to get youth bowlers that would come up to me for questions quite a bit. And on the occasion, adults. But now that I'm getting a little older and I guess a little more accredited, I can talk to a lot of these lefties and we can communicate and talk about what we're seeing and stuff, especially during these big events. There's a bunch of people like Simonelli, Rhino, and Andrew Kane. I don't know if I'm forgetting anybody, but I always ask them questions. I always want to hear their feedback, what they think of the lanes and how they're attacking them, especially when we're struggling, or if there's a picture that I don't quite see, and it's almost like a close network of
Sure.
people trying to help each other prosper, because left side's feast or famine all the time, or not all the time, but a majority of the time. So whatever we can do to figure out how to be better, it helps. But back to the young question, when I was younger, I don't know if that many people would come up to me. I think they just thought I was the young, little two-handed kid that was just bowling. Actually, Solomon, because we are from the same area, so before I went to college, he was just getting bigger, he was just getting a little older, and Solomon used to ask me questions a lot. And sometimes I would just watch him to observe what he's doing. I never really asked him questions, but he would ask me questions to see what I was thinking or seeing, and we would always communicate with each other. But I mean, I was 16, 17, and he was maybe 12, 13, so he was probably a foot shorter, maybe 10 pounds lighter, but that's what we would do. And it's kind of crazy to see how good he's become over the last couple of years as well.
I was going to say, you answered all his questions and created a monster.
Yeah, exactly. When I watched him on the top of the scoreboard at the Masters, I'm like, all right, well, good job, Wesley.
Yeah, you're right. He was, man, he was doing his thing at the Masters. And obviously, when you get into match play and some things don't go the way they should or as planned, that's just the way that tournament works. But, yeah, holding his own through qualifying let a lot of people know, hey, it's not just junior gold where he's good.
Yeah, just everywhere. I was just trying to figure out how to make the cut, and this kid's just freewheeling strikes everywhere. And I'm like, all right, well, good for him.
For those who may be unfamiliar with referencing Solomon Salama, who won the U15 division in back-to-back years, the boys side at junior gold, in 2016 and 2017, enrolled 299, which was extremely memorable, of course. On Junior Team USA, on Team USA as well is Solomon.
Yo, I'm a little envious of him. He made Team USA the same year I made Team USA, and he's only, 16 right now? That makes me a little sad.
Just be thankful you're still in your early 20s.
You're right. I got years to still make it.
Yeah, because I'm about to, I'm at that hard mid-30s, that just where it's just over. There's a 4 number with a 4 coming soon for me in 5 years.
It's not that soon.
I'm saying 5 years.
That's a long time. I'm excited for being 25. I can rent a car without having to pay those extra fees.
That is popular.
That is my short-term goal as of right now, just to look forward to.
All right, so game 7. And Daniel, what did we see earlier in our morning squad? So I feel like we got into a conversation about perhaps the game 7, game 8, and what the lanes are doing or what we think they're doing currently. What are you saying right now?
We did not see them. I don't think we saw them this dry. A couple of factors could play into that. This group could have used more surface to start, which would have been a bad idea. This group could have started a little bit further left, which I was a proponent of. I thought that the morning squad started a bit too far right. And then, of course, the more you lay a pattern down, the more times the lanes are stripped and rerun. A couple things could have factored into this, but this is the 3rd day in a row that the afternoon block has played quite different from the morning block.
I was going to ask that, actually. You guys had seen it more than I would have, because, I mean, I bowled the B squad the first day, and they hooked way more than A or C squad. I didn't really get to watch last night because, I was a little upset about my own bowling, so I didn't want to watch any more bowling. So I don't really know about yesterday, but it seems like they're hooking way more than they did this morning.
They did, and day 1, the afternoon squad started an arrow further left than the morning squad, which caused the afternoon group by the end of their, by game 7 or 8, it was just an absolute mess. That night, the night squad on the long pattern treated them a little nicer, but they still got blown up at the end. And then yesterday, both the afternoon and evening groups started with more surface and just torched the lanes compared to the morning. And then today, afternoon is, to use your term, a lot sparkier than what we saw this morning.
Should trademark this term.
You really should.
But I've noticed that too, because Bill, his first shot went running by Brooklyn, and it got to that spot that it looks like it probably would have been okay, and it just ducked. Oh, that's probably a compensation shot.
Stay out there. Yeah.
If I had to guess, that was a compensation shot for the first shot that went Brooklyn. So if you guys had a guess, they're not going to spark tonight as hard as this? A wild guess. Because, if it doesn't spark as hard, I got to pop for the 300 over that I think I could get to.
Brett Spangler said that he thought the earlier squad today had probably the least amount of reverie this morning. And so with that and thinking about this squad, and I don't know.
I mean, it's bowling. Anything can happen.
I feel like that the next squad has been watching intently what's happening here. I mean, and there's been some great scores. There's been some not so good scores either. So I might say yes.
I like it. Give me hope.
Well, we do have some numbers to look at for this squad in this block. Leading this block, Sean Maldonado, plus 139. Bill O'Neill, 120. Tom Doherty, 112. Anthony Nair, 105. And Brandon Novak at 92. Hi, Mike Kahn. How are you? The total pinfall for 22 games with 2 games left. Bill O'Neill leads the squad, plus 311. Chris Barnes, 258 over. Sean Maldonado, 242. Belmo, 213. Ostrander, 189. Doherty, 155. Kent, 150. Dick Allen, 146. Sherman, 107. And Sterner is in 10th at 92. Handful of players behind them that are still plus and fighting for a potential spot in the Cashers round tomorrow morning. Again, the top 36 will advance. 11th in this squad, time for 11th, Gene Perez and Kim Bowlby at 91 over. Prather is at 88, Tang 82, Russo 65, Rodriguez 56, and Pete Weber 22, Brandon Novak 15. Prather, one of those players, plus 88, just north of where we think the cut might be. He's on a possible 277 through 6 frames of this game. Right next door on 21 and 22.
I just watched Anthony Nyer's ball spark. And he left a 2-pin because it just ran away.
Wes, when you were, or while you were gone, I asked the viewers if they did have a question for you. Potentially, we might do a very small Q&A. You okay with that?
I hope. I hope these are okay questions.
Well, I mean, I won't give you anything that's
all right. Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. Do my best.
So, if you do have a question for Wesley, a young 22-year-old who will be really heading out on tour in a kind of full-time mode when 2020 begins, although he is heading to Kuwait next week, actually. So if you have some questions about that or what he's looking forward to, even how he might try to play the lanes tonight, drop a question in the chat and we'll see what we can do. Already a good question. Several. Coming in like hotcakes. And hotcakes sound great.
Food sounds really good, actually.
First question from Justin. Being two-handed, how do you see transition or notice it coming from the left side versus what you might see your fellow competitors on the right side have to deal with?
Well, talked about it earlier, the left side's feast or famine because we don't have very many lefties breaking down the patterns, whereas the right-handers, I mean, it's not typical, but you know, the typical or the area that you'll play is like 7, 8, 9 to start, and you'll keep moving left, and at some point there'll be oil in the middle part of the lane, and you know there's hook down lane or to the right, and then you can get far enough left. Whereas on the left, we don't have people breaking them down, but once we start moving to the right, we actually get into the right-handers traffic, which actually makes it difficult for us to get our ball through the front part of the lane, which is, to me, an unknown every tournament because it could be so different how you attack that front part of the lane. And that's why I think the left is a little more difficult than the right, or that's what I see differently. Oh, it sparked. You might have missed a little in again and compensated, but...
Yeah, he missed left on that one.
It's all right. It's a good game. Double 9 spare double. I'd pretty much take that.
And for you tonight, what do you expect you might throw?
I kind of got a little of everything, and I need to kind of narrow it down in the next hour or so, but I have 2 purple hammers, drilled a little differently, one a little earlier, one a little less, and one might have more surface tonight. And then I have a couple 2-inch pin asymmetrical balls to try to slow the ball down when it gets to the track and just allow my hand to use it. So I got a Paradox red, and I think it's an overseas lit, and that's my game plan, is to try to force those balls into the slot, and hopefully they just slow themselves down and strike a lot. And if not, well, I'll just be happy shooting spares all day.
Yeah, get your money's worth, right?
Yeah, exactly. Get my lineage. I've shot a lot of spares this week, so I think my spare shooting is good for maybe a month. I don't want to jinx myself, so let me knock on some wood real quick.
I was going to say, you got a bowl next week.
Yeah. And then tonight, and I need every spare I get, so.
Your 2-day total is what now? Plus minus?
Minus 180, I think.
Minus 180.
But the scores are low, which means I can be optimistic saying that I have a pop, because it's not like I'm so far-fetched with 8 games, but the patterns are also so tough. And today, I think, the high is 180 over. So, like, I need lights out for a pop.
Yeah, leading A block right now is plus 139, and then this morning your high set was 159, and that was Jesper. So there you go.
Yeah, see, if he could get to 159, I could get to like even.
Daniel, who are the our folks near the who we think have a chance making the cut again?
In this
Can you
squad?
repeat that list? Yes.
All right, so if we're thinking the cuts around plus 75 is a good round number. On this squad, we've got Kyle Sherman at 107, Sterner at 92, Perez and Bolaby at 91, Prather at 88, and he's on 277 pace through 8 frames. Michael Tang at 82, Russo at 65, Maria Jose Rodriguez at 56, and then a little lower than that, but still plus, Pete Weber at 22 and Brandon Novak at 15.
I don't know how you guys do bowling math because I know everyone sees it differently, but Russo is pacing 200, so he's gone strike, spare, strike, spare. I think strikes or spare somewhere in that range, so he can shoot 200 if he continues that pace. I've heard it differently. People say like, oh, you could strike out. We're looking at the max score or something like that instead, and like, I don't know. Everyone's lingo's different.
Well, I mean, they are kind of two different things. Like,
yeah, they are, but like someone will tell me that it's the same thing in a sense, and I'm like, okay, you can shoot 240, but you can also spare out for
Right.
the
Pace
same
for-
score. Yeah.
Yeah, pace for 2-0.
I mean, the max is the max.
Yeah, and it's a little different because you're not always going to get the max.
But, you know, if you take into account the tendency to, you know, spare, strike, strike, spare, then yes, that would be. I think I talked to Jason Thomas about this once or twice too. And you can't get a little tricky. Not the max part, but just even in regards to television as well. So viewers understand it. Chris Prather.
So yeah, go back to what you were talking with JT about when we were in Richmond. He was trying to explain some of the algorithms of how the match win-loss predictor on CBS Sports Network works. And I'm very much an algorithms, Microsoft Excel, data set type person, and he was talking way over my head. So I was like, all right, I'll take your word for it, JT.
Just listen to him.
Yeah,
It's good enough.
sounds good. It'll work for me. But the odds are Chris Prather going to be in at least the 250s. He can punch for 277, so a mark in the 10th. A spare puts him in the 250s. And he's sitting at plus 88, so this game's going to go a long way
Helped loosen the swing that last game.
towards putting him up in where we think the safe zone is. Looks like from this angle, Chris Barnes still playing out to the right.
Yeah, tough game.
He's second on this squad at plus 258 overall. One strike, one open this game through 6 frames, and he's staring at a washout in the 7th. Bill O'Neill, the big jump in, went from urethane out around 7 to 11 and moves way in with a Rodman Pearl.
Ooh, you knew that one. Nice.
That was to be honest with you, that was a very popular ball on the PWA Tour for, I feel like a good month.
Yeah.
Actually, all season, really, for fellow staffers of yours, for example. But
Yeah. I actually do kind of remember that. The beautiful part about social media is like whoever wins, typically they always like post the ball. So like if you don't get to see the show, at least you know what ball they won with. Them and not the trophy.
Well, that Rodman Pearl, you don't see it in a lot of league settings, but a lot of tournament players I know have that ball in their bag. Take a look at this 3, 6, 7, 10 possible conversion. Pick up a little bit. There you go. It's like he's done that a time or two.
That is the ultimate veteran move. I hear that about like 210s, or not 210s. What's the right spare? Yeah, 210s.
210s, yep.
Yeah, the pro guys are like, yeah, it should be a makeable. Like it's like the easiest spare of them ever, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm not there yet. I can't say I'm gonna make this easily.
I have one more question, actually, in regards to. Actually, before we get into that, I'm gonna go back to Chris Prather. get into the 270s. The 3-step, the loft. I don't know if I've ever seen it done that effortlessly.
Oh, it's amazing.
Right? I mean, is it just me? Or
No.
Okay.
Everyone like is jaw dropped every time they see it because this is his trick. Like, you know how most players have like some kind of trick. Before he went on tour and he was in Wichita and he was bowling Swiss trios and stuff, like he would get so far left and he would float the ball so nicely off his hand like that, and you just watch it just shim through the fronts and hook in the back, and you're like, how did he do it? Like, I got to bowl a doubles for him with him a couple months ago actually, and he gets left and he's doing his thing, his trick that he's got, and I'm like, oh, that's landing in the dry. It's gonna just duck hook and go left into the gutter, and it just keeps floating to the right, and it comes right back. Ooh. I think that was probably a ball change. But, like, it's amazing to me when I get to watch him do that.
I mean, there's like no wasted motion, movement, nothing.
No. And it doesn't look like he's forcing it.
It doesn't look like he's trying to loft the ball.
He's heaving a 15-pound ball.
And this is, everyone does it differently. However you got to do it is the way you do it. I'm simply stating that he just looks like he doesn't have to change anything, where most players, or at least some, they may give something up to be able to loft it, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
right?
no, that's true. Gotta get your feet in a
Whether
certain
it's
way,
accuracy, right? Whether it's your footwork, you got to trade.
To hope that you're doing the right thing. Where like him, it's just like, all right, I can do it, no problem. Just tell me when.
That's why. No, he hasn't technically won a title, but I feel like the playoffs were.
He did. He won the Shark.
Oh, thank you. You're right.
Yeah, he has a title.
You're right. Oh, that's what it was. It was the two. It was like because of the playoffs technically wasn't a title. But there's more coming.
Yeah. Oh, of course. He is way too good not to. That trick, though, man, when he gets there, it is a sight to watch.
Yes, you're right. The Shark won the Shark.
Yeah, that's right.
Look at. I don't know if you can see it. Nathan Moore is still right, and I know that's something Nathan can do for days. He can continue to be out when others are in as well.
Did you ever watch the show where they were bowling the World Championships and Nathan's on the show and he's like playing 3? He's like playing up 3 while everyone's inside, and he actually bowled pretty well, but he didn't win obviously, but he bowled pretty well in that show doing that, and I was like, how does that make sense? You're literally trying to play the gutter on this.
I would have to go look at that. I know I've seen it. I just can't recall it right now. But watching what he just did, let's go to it. It's going to appear on the right of your screen, unless he makes a move here on the fill, which he opted to go get pins.
Yeah, that was the play it safe
which
move
was
right
a smart
there.
idea. Nothing wrong with that. Where's Nathan in the standings?
He might have dropped a little bit.
Minus 83 coming into this game.
Okay. There was one question. It was actually from Justin, more of a follow-up actually in regards to kind of the max score pacing. When you're in a match, Wes, and you look at score, do you look at just kind of max score, meaning is that how you see your matches in terms of winning and losing? Are you always looking at the max?
Like my opponents, you mean?
Yes.
It differs, I guess. I think it's kind of situational, but typically I think, okay, if it gets closer, like what can I punch out for? What can this guy punch out for? But like if it's early on, it's like, oh, I'm only up 10. Like this guy got a double. I'm up, or he's up 10. I only got a double. Or bleh, I can't even talk right now. But like the person will be up, and I'll think of what they're up, and then what do I need in order to like match their score? Like that's what I'd be thinking about. It just depends. It's more situational and where we're at the match. I mean, you try not to think about your opponent's score, but
Sure.
I definitely think about it all the time. Like, it's never good. Is there like a couple more questions? Because I think the practice range opens soon, so I probably want to get ready for
We're
that.
definitely going to let you go here.
Yeah.
There are no questions.
All right.
But I'll ask you your just to recap what you're thinking, or what should the viewers be looking for when they see you bowl today, in regards to how you might attempt to play them based
Well,
on what you see.
I'm hoping they see a lot of strikes. That'd be good. But my main goal, and it's kind of changing now because I'm watching Matt and Anthony right here, but is to try to be as firm up 12 as possible, and then just start creeping right as the day goes on, and hopefully I can continue moving right, or there's a little bit of carry down that I can move back a little left and still play that slot. I don't think the gutter's in play this week, or let me rephrase. I don't think the gutter for me would be in play on this pattern today, so that will be hopefully the area that gets me my 280 over. I keep joking about it because like I want to be able to get there, but sometimes you got to be realistic.
Well,
so
you got to believe it too.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to believe it too. So, by the way, I think we just ran a poll. What were those results?
That's I'm about to put up right now. When we asked earlier, asked them if the Bolt TV viewers if you should stick around, everybody said yes.
Nice.
I thought, man, it's obvious they think that you're pretty awesome. I want to know how awesome they think you are. So I asked them, how awesome is Wesley Lowe? Very awesome, incredibly awesome, pretty awesome, or totally awesome, and there are the results
All right.
from that poll.
All right. I like all of you guys today. Thanks for thinking I'm awesome.
All right, man. Well, go do your thing. Get ready.
All right. Well, thank you guys for having me.
Yep,
I'll see
good
you
luck
guys
tonight.
around. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that is Wesley Lowe. He's going to the practice range. He's going to get ready for the final squad of qualifying tonight. He will be technically in B squad bowling this evening. That squad approximately, at this moment, this is just a guesstimate. I'm still going to say about 7 or so. We've got a game to go and we are nearing 5:30. So, maybe 7:10-ish, 7:15.
That's about what it was last night. So.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Maria with 1 game to go and wraps at 10. A strike there would at least put her in the 2 teens, a double, 2 20s with good count.
Bill O'Neill made the adjustment to this ball after that 9 spare in the 6th. He goes 3-6, 7-10, converts it, 3-6, 10, converts it, flush strike, and then half pocket strike.
That's a professional.
That is someone who knows his equipment like the back of his hand.
Just impressive stuff right there.
Man.
How many zones did he move?
Oh gosh, he was trying to get it out to about 7-8. Now he's crossing left of 25. Three and a half. Maybe 6 there. Wow. All right, joining us for the 8th and final game of qualifying for A squad. On 25 and 26, we're going to see Michael Williams II, Brandon Novak, Alfred Wolf III, and Tom Baker. And back on our featured pair for the first time since Game 1. Gene Perez, David Hooper, Dick Allen, and Michael Tang. Tang plus 13, Hooper plus 1, Perez plus 32, and Allen minus 28 for the day. On the day, Tom Baker minus 128, Novak plus 117, Wolf is minus 129, and Michael Williams minus almost 2 bills, 194. Yes, Saint at some point this game will be our giveaway.
Yeah, what frame do you think?
We pretty much do frame 5.
All right. Well,
Has been kind of our go-to. We could push it up a little bit.
what do you think?
Let's go frame 3.
Frame 3. All right. Well, let's make sure our
Yeah.
producer's ready.
Player to watch in front of us is certainly going to be Brandon Novak. He is plus 40 overall, plus 40 overall. And we're kind of looking in that plus 75 range. Just coming off a 225 the last game. His last 2 games have been 265, 225. So certainly he's hitting the burn, so to speak, the end of the block very well. Plus 90 the last 2, really giving himself a chance. Even 3 of his last 4, 243, and then a 202, and then 265, 225. Oh, that's not good for the Nationals. Max Scherzer scratched for Game 5. Great shot by Dick Allen. And really, he's able to keep that ball in an area of the lane where a lot of guys have. I mean, he's pretty straight. Now, I know the ones we were seeing have issues get the ball across the lane. We're using some very strong balls with what appeared to be some surface on them. And based on the fact he used the same ball to shoot the spare, that may be a plastic ball. No, it's not. It's a tank blitz, I believe is what it is. It's a medium, what Moto considers one of their medium oil bowling balls. And from what it sounds like, we had a producer change. Oh. So we talked about frame 3. We will keep you updated. May not be frame 3. We'll let you know once we hear from new producer Aaron Smith, who is back in the studio. Get a good look here at Gene Perez. He was plus 85 coming into this game. And if he can avoid 4s or 6, 7, 10s like that. I think he'll be okay. You got to keep a plus game here, though. You don't want to lose any more than you have. 195 the last game to lose 5 pins on the plus minus total. Went from 91 to 86.
I think it's time to give stuff away.
I think it is based on our guy.
Are we ready?
I believe so. There it is. He's in the chat now. Michael Tang plus 61 coming into this game.
He would be right now what we consider, you can't really call it on the bubble because we don't know what, but we have an idea obviously just based on one squad. And that giveaway right now underway. But for all intents and purposes, on that bubble, he could be in, he could be out. Still got another squad to go, but you just want to do what you can. Give yourself the best opportunity. Giveaway underway, by the way. When it's your time, you'll see it bottom left of your screen. Click submit entry.
Same result for Novak on the right lane. 2 shots in a row, 3, 6, 9, 10.
AirPods coming up soon.
10 seconds left. Once we give those away, we'll go through some official scores after 7 games tonight.
Sue Ricciardi. Hopefully we said that right. I see an I there. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sue. Won yourself a pair of Apple AirPods. Don't forget, we do still have one more big ticket item to give away tonight. 50-inch TV.
Yeah, that's like Black Friday big ticket.
All right, we're going to hustle right into some scores. Block pinfall, your top 5 tonight through 7 games. Maldonado 168, O'Neill 151, Doherty 149, Prather 145, Novak 117. Totals for 23 games with 1 game remaining. O'Neill plus 342, Maldonado 271, Belmo 269, Barnes 221, Doherty 192, Ostrander 179, Prather 162, Sherman 151, Kent 139, Bowleby 129. That's your top 10. Dick Allen's at 119. And then things get interesting. Jason Sterner is at 96. Gene Perez is at 85. Michael Tang, 61. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 59. Matt Russo, 58. Brandon Novak, 40. Pete Weber, 36. Cameron Doyle, 23. And your last bowler that is plus is Brian Halen. He is 3 over. Cameron Doyle, 23 over, needed 240, 250 here. This game has went strike, spare, spare, single pin, missed it, gutter, spare. So a max score for him of 247 just through 5 frames.
Pete just stoned an 8-pin in the 7th frame.
Where's he at?
He is to our right on 27.
Right next door.
8, and he is plus 36.
Best he can do from this point out is 210. This is my favorite part of a tournament when cuts are being made. This is when the blood gets flowing and you are just excited. I mean, I'm awake right now.
Well, it's also where the money's made. Literally.
You're not wrong.
Where's Brandon Novak?
Right up on, well, he's sitting next to me now, but he's right here on 25
right.
and 26.
I'm tripping. Sorry. I think folks who are bowling currently who would be in, like of course, Bill O'Neill and John Maldonado, Belmonte, of course, Belmo, Chris Barnes, Tom Doherty, Greg Ostrander. Prather's last game really put him over the hump, I think. Kyle Sherman, Marshall Kent, Kim Bowleby, just to name a couple. Folks who want to make sure they have at least an even to plus game. I think Jason Sterner at plus 96, Gene Perez at plus 85. And you'll mention you just want to make sure you maintain. Boy, is it a situation right now where Michael Tang, he's going 9 spare on the right lane, struck on the left lane. Is it just a room situation? As in, he's already, in front of the ball return. Is he running out of room on that lane?
Quite possibly.
Matt Russo down on the final pair.
He can, he's up in the 9th. He can strike out for 229.
Didn't like his reaction. Body language said it all. Nice job there by Michael Williams, second. Michael won a local qualifier, and you come here, you try to figure some things out and give it your best shot. We talked about always being in a position to learn.
Russo left a 2-7, so his disappointment is understood. He got 1. That puts his max score at 202. He's already at 58 over, so the best that Russo can do is 60. MJR down on 33 and 34. She is plus 59. Double spare strike, spare, and shooting a 610 as we speak. Converts it so she can punch for 33. Brandon Novak a big double after the back-to-back 3-6-9 10s. Michael Tang at 61 over. Conversion here, he can shoot 226 and get to 87. Gene Perez, I'm afraid, is going to need a double, and he might need more than that with not a lot of time remaining. MJR up on 33. Through the face 3-6, which she trips forward into a strike.
How about that?
Fortuitous break, very much needed. Still gives her a chance to get into the 230s. Big shot here for Brandon Novak and Gene Perez side by side. Arguably, these two could be battling for one of the same spots right on the cut. Whoa.
It's a good break.
Yeah, it is.
Obviously. Well, someone got a chance to shoot 290. Oh, my. Wow. Four, 6 out of that. I've seen that time and time again this week.
290 possibilities, Nathan Bohr. He's minus 48. I'm afraid that might be a little bit too little too late. 90 would put him at plus 42. And Gene Perez needs all of them. He needs the next 4. He's at 85, so he might be able to lose a hit. But to feel safer, punch out, shoot 203, get to 88, and let that number ride. Maria up over on 33 and 34. Michael Tang not out of the woods yet. Or I guess not buried in the woods. He's at plus 61, can punch for 14. He can still get to 75.
It needs it too.
Slow down. All right, MJR, 9th frame. Looks like she broke down a 4.67 into a 4.7. She can convert that and strike out for 213, which would put her at plus 72.
Gallon at plus 119. Still in good shape, obviously, but stay cool, stay calm.
Maria converts that 4.7, so she still can get to plus 72. Better shot by Novak. That's exactly what you want to do, put a good shot on top of a good break. Big shot there by Jean Perez. He's going to need a few more of those. Maria Jose Rodriguez up on 33. Probably needs a double here to get into to have her give herself a chance. Struck on the first shot. Michael Tang at 61 over currently. Can punch for 204, put him at 65. See if I can stand up and get a better look at Maria here. Michael Tang, slow down, hit. Good shot. It looks like Nathan Boer's got the double in the 10th. He'll be in the 280s. Maria, 11th shot. Slaps the half 10 out. I think she got the 7 out. She did. Well, there's the double that she needed. So all 10 pins important here. Nathan Boer fires at 290. Gets to 42. You hate that. Just not enough. After getting the break, Novak's caged 2 in. All right, now we shift our attention to Jean Perez. Again, at 85 over. Needs at least the next 2. He didn't give it room. Didn't give it enough room. Best he can do now for an overall score is get to plus 68. Let's look at Maria. Got 9. Left the 10 pins, so 212 from Maria, plus 9 on the day. That puts her at 71.
I'm sure you already discussed it, but great finish by Maria. 212.
Down here, Michael Tang can get to 65, so Maria is ahead of him. Jean Perez converts this spare. If he punches out, he'll be at 68.
Well, that would mean at least one person has won around him. And that would be Maria at the very least.
And Brandon Novak, barring an open in the 10th, is going to do the same. Because even if he 9 spare strikes, he would finish at plus 79. Belmo with a nice split conversion. Not sure what it was, but got the crowd going. Michael Tang needs the first one.
Oh.
I think that came off his hand. Wow.
Wow.
I thought that came off his hand early. Well, Doug Allen, 200 even. That's a good last game. Get out of here with your nose clean and move on to the cashier's round tomorrow morning. That will probably drop Michael Tang to 52 over. Jean Perez really needs a double here. Oh, man. He's going to fall to, at best, 57 over. Meanwhile, all this excitement, Brandon Novak got the first one in the 10th next door. So he's in the 240s. Excellent finish by Brandon Novak. For the last 5 games, just great bowling. 240, 2-0, 220, 260, 250.
That'll get you in.
Yes, sir, it will. Well, the players we were watching, Michael Tang drops to 52 over. Gene Perez, 57. Maria Jose Rodriguez jumps up to 71. And Brandon Novak, I would feel safe saying that 259 just put him in the cashier's round.
I would think so, honestly. I mean, 99 is
strong.
That's where he was at, right? Plus 40?
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Yeah, that's a strong number. I am interested to see, of course, what 36 will be once we are all done. The scores are in case there is something we did not see. This is a very entertaining round.
Did you see Frank's question in the chat?
I did not.
He said, just wondering, I'm assuming Emil Williams is the Lindenwood Emil, bowled with Shea Butter.
That is correct. That would be me. That is also Shay. Iceberg Slim. What's up, Frank? Pleasure to meet you.
I got the bowl with Shea too.
I know, I feel bad. I'm sorry.
Hey, y'all want a title together, man.
I'm sorry. Yeah, one more shot. We'll give it to you.
Absolutely. Last shot. Yeah, last shot of the squad. It's Graham Fa.
Joe says 72 is going to be the number.
Well, then, why don't we just make it 71? Because that's what Maria Jose Rodriguez is at.
I'm okay with that.
I'll take 71.
71. All right, and that will be the final shot of the round. We get done at 6:03 p.m. I'm going to guess, what do we say? The range might start in about, they get a half hour there, so.
Probably start in 10. What do they say? The range is going to start 10 minutes after this squad was done?
Is that what the.
I thought Kirk made that announcement earlier.
Okay.
In some capacity. So, yeah, I think 7. Come back about 6:50 and kind of see where we're at.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what a round.
Well, oh, it's going on right now.
Coming on right now, so that'd be 6:34, 6:35. Give them about 10 to get down here, get settled. I'm going to say 6:45. I'm going to say 6:45 is when we will begin. Back with you here from Victory Lanes. What a round, Daniel Farish. A bit different than what we saw this morning. And why do you think that was? What do you think the differences were overall?
I don't know. I don't know if more players started left and just completely burned up that area of the lane. If they used, I don't think I saw more surface out there. We did see more urethane.
There was more urethane.
Which would cause the heads to go away, which would cause the guys to jump in, which could have just compounded all of that. But that got fun. It got dirty out there. Shot making was at a premium, almost more so than 2 days ago. That was a fun squad to watch, and I kind of hope tonight's squad does the same thing.
I agree. We saw some ups, some downs. That's what you'd expect, certainly on a moving day here at the U.S. Open. The scores will be updated momentarily. Be sure to check those, bowl.com and pba.com. We'll be back with you, what we're assuming to be approximately 6:45, 6:50, around that area. That is p.m., and that is Eastern time, of course, as well. Thanks to Aaron Smith, Jason Thomas. Want to thank our guests, Wesley Lowe. Is it just Wesley this round?
Brett Spangler.
And Brett Spangler as well today. And congratulations to Sue for winning our Apple AirPod giveaway. We'll have a 50-inch TV tonight, so you definitely want to be tuned in for that. All right, for Daniel Farish, my name is Emil Williams Jr. We'll see you on the other side. 2019 U.S. Open from Victory Lanes in Mooresville, North Carolina, rolls on momentarily.
Say Charles back on, Mike. Thank you.